Okay, good morning. I would call the bonding subcommittee meeting to order Tuesday, March 26th. The bonding subcommittee is part of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Today, we are here to discuss various state agencies as they come before our board and tell us about their bonding and certainly their authorizations. We have a full schedule, and so I will share that shortly. I will ask all of our members to please be respectful of the timeframes we are working within. All members of the bonding subcommittee are certainly members of other committees here in the General Assembly. And so if you don't see them here, they are JFing bills, or we are also competing with the Pension Fund Investment Performance Forum that's going on in the adjacent hearing room. At this point, I'll recognize our bonding subcommittee co-chair, State Senator Marilyn Moore, for a few remarks.
Thank you. Just good morning. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Our ranking member, Pescopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm anxious to hear from you. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
All right, great. Thank you. And now we have the president of the University of Connecticut, Radenka Mehra, with us. And Madam President, you may begin your presentation.
Good morning, co-chair, ranking members, and members of committee. Thank you for giving us opportunity to talk about the way how you transform the Yukon and what this state is for Yukon and Yukon community. I'm Radenka Mehra, president of University of Connecticut, and with me are Dr. Bruce Liang, dean of School of Medicine and the interim CEO of Yukon Health, Jeff Gagan, CFO of Yukon Health and Yukon, and Chief Financial Officer, and David Benedict, our athletic director. And David and Gino, congratulations on last night win. It's a tough, but we celebrate every win. I'm pleased to share your strategic investment in University Capital Program and what that enabled us and how we succeeded. I would also like to start thanking each of you for being instrumental of where we are today. What we hear from industry, that they will not be in Connecticut if it's not from Yukon. Many of you visited campus, and some of them connected with us online and saying, when we decided to have headquarters move from Canada to Connecticut, this is because of Yukon. It's because of students, it's because of your faculty experts, it's because of equipment that you have. No longer industry invests in the research centers. The industry now moves close to universities and campuses that can leverage what state invests and what they are going to invest. So your investment in Yukon has been instrumental since Yukon 2000. And it moved from being commuter school to being premier national university, and that's reflected on our ranking. It's reflecting on the quality of the faculty. It's reflecting on the quality of applications of the students that apply to Yukon. I also want to share more what we learned from the donors. So last year we received the largest gift in the history of university, $40 million for expansion of the School of Nursing. And donor dedicated part of that money for this new School of Nursing, a part of money for the scholarships. She wants to double the number of the nurses in Connecticut. She's a graduate of Yukon. She worked as a nurse, and she wants to give back to our state. But one thing that she says, her primary one objective, the building has to be built in 3 years. She says, I'm not taking from 5 to 10 years because I want to make sure it's happening in my lifetime. So the speed for our success is of essence. And I want to move us to the first slide. So what is the Yukon today and Yukon 2000 and how much money is left? Since 1995, because of huge state investment, we built a lot on the campus. We transformed the campus, that the money that is left is now $670 million. So what we want to do, what the next 5 years of UConn are going to look alike. So before UConn 2000, we had the other day Gino coming, and it was his 70th birthday, and governor went to watch the game. And I says, Governor, maybe we should present Gino with the citizenship of Connecticut. I know there is no citizenship of Connecticut, but for 40 years, he brought success. He's the #1 champion that really change how people see Connecticut. So now when I go to Shanghai and I says Connecticut, they say Huskies, they say Gino, they said, basketball. So it became the symbol of our success. It brings community together. Either we play in Harvard or we play in stores. So before UConn 2000, Gino said, I have hard time to recruit the best students because only people that went to UConn, he says, two kinds of people. One who could not get to other better schools and one who didn't have money to go anywhere else. Today, the UConn is a symbol of success where parents want to send their children because it gives the best education and they want their children to stay in this state. So it changed completely what is UConn of today. So I want to go to the next slide and show you, how it looked before UConn 2000. It took us 15 years to renovate the library. And it was under the bond approval and the process that was before UConn 2000. The next slide, please. Then we went through the bond commission process for the Innovation Technology Partnership building. This is the building where we have 80 million of research dollars from different companies, from Zeiss, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Comcast, Synchrony Financial, Pratt & Whitney, Raytheon, just to name few. We were 1 year late, and that costed us $645,000 more. Next slide, please. Where we are today. We did strategic plan, UConn 2024, UConn 2034. We engaged our students in strategic planning. We have over 8,500 students providing us feedback. The priority for our students is housing. They need housing, they want to live on the campus, and they want to have college experience. Under the UConn 2000, we started planning this building in 2000, and we are opening this building in fall of 2024 with 650 new beds. So that is the speed that donors, community, and industry want to see. The next slide, please. Because of UConn 1000, our donor, Peter Wirth, also donated to us as a state gift. And this is for thriving of the student housing, innovation, prototyping, startups, teaching students how to be entrepreneur. So it is all because we believe what is important for our students to be successful in today's world and the world of tomorrow. Next slide, please. We are ranked #9 on the Wall Street Journal among the public university. Why did I choose this ranking? This ranking is not based on perception. It's based on empirical data. And data that they take among all universities are affordability, it is time to degree, and value or salaries that students have after graduation. So we are #9 among public university and number 46 among all universities. I don't think I have another slide. I will pass that to Jeff Gagan, but I just want to share one more fact with you. In 1995, before UConn 2000, applications number to UConn were 10,000 students applying to UConn for 2,000 seats. Today, application number is 58,000 students applying for 4,000 seats. That tells what UConn is about. We have 156 living alumni living and working in Connecticut. So that's our impact. Thank you, and I will pass to our CFO, or we call him Purse Money or Money Man, to talk about our requests. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Jeff Gagan, CFO for UConn and UConn Health. So starting, when we did our new request, putting it together, we really focused on the return on investment that we actually get out of the UConn 2000 program, and especially for the state. So for the university, the president just mentioned that, the record number of applicants actually applying to the university is over 57,000 in the current year. But a couple of the other numbers just on the page, we have 41% in our STEM enrollment since 2013. We have $56 million increase in research just over the past 5 years, and 160 new startup businesses hosted by our incubator. So these are all part of the aspect when we are looking to expand and looking to actually increase volume on campus. It's really through these aspects that we look at items. And on the right-hand side, very similar for Bioscience Connecticut, which was part of the UConn Health Initiative under UConn 2000. We increased the enrollment for both the School of Medicine and School of Dental Medicine by 30%. And actually have achieved the increase in the clinical volume and clinical activity, with our clinical revenue growth going from about $350 million to it's actually estimated to be over $900 million in fiscal 24. So first of all, we always take the look of what the investment from the state does and what's the return. So UConn contributes about $7.8 billion annually back to the state economy. So looking at that, every dollar invested in UConn generates about $1.40 in total economic output. But more importantly, that we measure and we monitor, 91 cents of every state dollar invested in the university translates into new economic value for the state. And again, we look at this between the investments that they make. We have a direct investment in our staff and everything that goes through the university, indirect investments that we actually spend and utilize our funds with other Connecticut and businesses and entities throughout. And then also the induced impact for that spending then relates to people going out and spending on restaurants and taxes and other items throughout the state on a daily basis for it. So UConn 2000, as we said, what we're looking for is in this initiative is to be able to plan and focus the initiatives over multiple years, which UConn 2000 actually does. So, the major successes, as the president went over too, it really transformed the university for all of our campuses, the 6 campuses over the past 29 years. And allowed the university to actually utilize a long-term master planning aspect of the funding for us. So it gave us flexibility also to meet emergent needs as they came up, especially through our deferred maintenance funds, which allow us to actually fix things as needed instead of coming back and asking the bond commission to be put on a new agenda. So the UConn 2000 overview, just for everybody, this was started. It's been a 32-year program. It's been split into 3 phases. The president did mention, though, we actually have $67 million or 3 years left in the program. So the current program, as it's in statute today, does end in fiscal year 27. But overall, it's nearly a $5 billion capital expenditures since fiscal year 96, again, across all our campuses for the university and UConn Health. So on program oversight, we also just wanted to mention a couple of things. We do have both internal and external, program controls that we look at. So we'll go through some details of the program structure, but for even internally to start, the Board of Trustees, we have an annual process that we actually do reporting out to the board. We actually have an independent audit of the UConn 2000 program every year, and that audit also goes through and is reported out to the Board of Trustees. And then our projects, any project over $500,000 actually goes through a planning, design, and final stage approval for the Board of Trustees. So as we're going through the projects, we continuously report out and get approvals from our board. But on the next slide, more importantly, also in the current statute, the way that UConn 2000 is initiated, there is also state oversight. So just to bring up three of the major items that we have in the state, first one is just on these fiscal controls. Section 10A 109E is actually just in statute, we do have the project list. So the list of the projects that we are currently requesting and all of the list of the prior projects are in statute and listed out. So we can't just change projects or decide we're going to do something else. Those projects that are requested are only the projects that we can move forward with. The next one is 10A 109G, and this is the annual bond authorization. So with the projects, we also have basically a bonding schedule that we issue each individual year. So we can't issue more debt or move forward with anything that's outside the current schedule. That schedule and the bonding is also done in conjunction with the Treasurer's Office. So even though UConn does issue the bonds in UConn 2000, we do it in step with the Treasurer's Office to make sure we coordinate with them for any needed item through, through the issuance of our own bonds. And then finally, there is the governor's authority under 10A 109F. So each year, as we move forward through the process in UConn 2000, we do submit annual approval to the governor, so he has the ability to approve or deny our request moving forward for each year. So finally, just to go through some of the numbers in the request that was proposed, we did submit a new request to extend UConn 2000 for $650 million. So on this slide, you can see for it, just to go through quickly, and we'll be happy to answer any question though, this request is really focused again on the return on investment from the state. So the new Science 2 building and our Torrey demolition and our Code Gantt renovations, Science 2 is looking for industry partnerships, really focused on the life sciences. Our Gantt renovations is focused on students and expanding our lab, especially lab teaching space to enable to increase the number of students that we can enroll at stores. And then the next line, deferred maintenance, one of the major items in the deferred maintenance, even though it goes across all of our campuses, is to focus on our housing program that the president mentioned earlier. Our housing, we do have new housing online, but we do have a lot of housing that's older, usually around 40 to 50 years of age, that needs deferred maintenance. And these are the items like roofing, painting, new carpet, things like that that go through to make sure our housing is appropriate for our students. And then the other ones, just to point out on the bottom, is a number of items for our athletics. But including, you'll see a lot of those that have Title IX next to them are really an NCAA regulatory requirement that we are focused on to ensure that we are in compliance with our NCAA. But if you go over to the right side of this slide, you'll see that we do have a proposed 5-year plan. So adding the current $67 million, we're in the center, we're proposing $650.5 million for a new total 5-year plan of $717.5 million that would extend the program through fiscal year 2029. So finally, though, we were happy that, in the governor's proposed budget, that the governor did provide $90.5 million in his proposed budget, which would get many of these projects started. But our request again to the governor, and we would like to work with the administration and the General Assembly to actually phase in the full request again over these 5 years and add or extend this to our current UConn 2000 program. So with that, we will stop here and be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. A few questions I have is, are there any UConn 2000 funds used to leverage federal grants?
So I would say yes, because any of our new space and especially research space will make us more competitive. So the more competitive in the aspect of applying for federal awards, of course, the more chance or the better chance we actually get to do that increase. But as we mentioned in one of those, Part of the initiative for Yukon 2000 bioscience and for stores is to increase our research, and our research has increased over the past 5 years on both campuses.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I will just add to that. So it's going to be announcement. It was announcement out from Department of Energy, and 3 companies from Connecticut received over 10 million for the clean energy. And one of them is a Mott. And Mott expansion and growth of the jobs in Connecticut depends on the Yukon and Yukon labs. So that out of those 10 million that Mott will receive, 2 million of federal funding will go to Yukon, but Yukon matched 1.5. And that's in infrastructure that we have. So it is not only federal dollars coming to Yukon, it's also federal dollars coming to industry in Connecticut.
Great, thank you for that. And so how do tuition-backed bonds relate to Yukon 2000? If they do at all?
I don't believe we have any tuition-backed bonds. In Yukon 2000, we were allowed to do some revenue pledged bonds,
Okay,
but those are fees. Nothing's really related to the tuition directly.
okay, great, thank you. And then talk to me about projects outside of stores at other campuses. Are there any major projects happening at different Yukon branch locations?
Yes, there are a number of projects. So I will have Dr. Liang to talk about the projects and some clinical studies that are happening at Yukon Health related to the industry like Moderna and BioHaven. Also the companies that are startup in the healthcare that depend a lot on Yukon Health. And then I can talk also about the projects that we have in Harvard as well as the Stanford campus. Groton is now doing Groton is now positioning itself to partner with Electric Boat for the training of the people until they receive the security clearance that they can work at the Electric Boat facility. So they spend between 6 months and 1 year at the Groton facility to get the training while they wait for the clearance. We have also projects with coastal guards and some other projects in Groton related to Eversource and offshore wind. Projects in Stanford are related to fintech, digital, computer science, and business. Number of the startups that are present in Stanford is huge. It is going to be very soon announcement from major European company moving to Stanford. And the first thing that they wanted to do is to tour our campus and see how many students do we educate in business and computer science and how many interns they can have if they move to Stanford. And now they're deciding between Stanford and Atlanta, Georgia. So there are a number of companies, including the Synchrony Financial Computer Lab in Stanford. And in Harvard, we are looking on expansion in Harvard. As you are aware, in Harvard, we have School of Business, we have School of Social Work, we have the School of the Policy, we have Harvard campus, and we are expanded in Excel Center, the former space from the University of St. Joseph University space. We are taking to expand the health science for the community. So number of the classes will be taught in Harvard campus. But I would like to have Dr. Liang to talk more about the farming, not only from perspective of the Jackson Lab, everybody is aware, but also from the clinical trials that we are doing now at Harvard Health, and also technology incubation and seed and the small companies. We have 57 companies currently in our technology incubation space. And those are the companies from 1 person to 30 people. And what we do for those companies, we provide subsidized rent, we provide the space, we provide the marketing, we provide the support with the fundraising and proposal writings. So those companies will have the hard time to succeed without all that investment that we put into those seed companies. But Dr. Liang.
Thank you, President. Just a few examples. The TIP program, which is at 400 Farmington, generosity of the state bound issue funding. The companies are attracted here because they can interact with clinical experts And so they can identify area of unmet medical need for development of a new drug or technology. So we can offer that. Also, equipment is another thing for a new company that is starting out. They don't have the money to buy equipment, so they rent equipment from us, which is right there next to the research lab. There are three other examples I want to share with you. Moderna, which is a household name, using mRNA technology to make the vaccine for COVID-19. Now they use the same technology to deliver the mRNA for a defective protein in people with glycogen storage disease. These children have low sugar, and they have to be fed starch every 3.5 hours, 24/7. And through this technology, initial data that's carried out here at UConn Health show that the starch time is going from 3.5 hours to 6.5 hours. So almost doubling the amount of time that they need to take carbohydrates to keep the blood sugar elevated. So we have 2 dedicated inpatient clinical trial beds at UConn Health to enable testing of this technology. The second example is we're constructing a metabolic chamber funded by National Institutes of Health, or grant from National Institutes of Health, to look at people with diabetes, to look at people with thyroid issues, and to look at their energy metabolism and expenditure. And that's also an inpatient unit. The third final example is Biohaven, which is I think you heard about it in some of our meetings. They have sold their product, which is a migraine drug, to Pfizer for something like $13 billion. And what they decided to do is use that money to develop Biohaven 2, totally based in Connecticut. So they got 3 drugs now in phase 2 trial, 2 for resistant depression, 1 for seizure. And guess what? They're going to bring those 3 drugs to be tested at UConn Health because we have the patients, we have the clinical facility. So it's really a way to pay back and to generate a return on that initial investment for the facilities aspect that the president mentioned. So those are the examples.
To mention one more campus that I, intentionally left for the end, because I think they are going to have great expansion under the great leadership of Dr. Fumiko Hoff, and that's our Waterbury campus. And the donor that provided us with $40 million gift is from Waterbury. She was born and raised in Waterbury. And we have another donor who started his 3 healthcare companies that is starting with his new gift for the Waterbury campus. So we are focused on ally health, we are focused on computer science, and we are engaging with the community. So the director of the Waterbury campus is a medical doctor and world-renowned expert, PhD in dyslexia. So she's looking how to impact the community, and with the former mayor, Waterbury promised there was significant donations for giving the scholarship of $5,000 to students in needs from Waterbury to give them an additional boost to come and study at Waterbury campus. There is a new lease in Waterbury campus for expansion of the entrepreneurial activities to teach students how to be entrepreneurs, how to start a company, how to provide the support for them. So there is a lot of happening in Waterbury as well.
Thank you so much for that. My next question is about Gamble. And so looking at performance space, do most top women's and men's programs have performance space at their facilities where they play?
I will defer that question to our athletic director, but we are called the capital of the world in basketball, and we want to stay capital. I want him to talk more, because we don't just think from the training facility, we also think of the missed revenues. And I will just give you one example. The other day, I wanted to host the CEO and his team of Honeywell from North Carolina to come to Yukon for the basketball game. And he says, I want to buy a box. I want my team to be in the box and I want to host. And I says, there is no box. And he says, what do you mean there is no box? I said, there are seats. You can sit next to me. He said, I will pass this time. So his CFO came because they want to invest and help Yukon. The CFO of Honeywell graduated from Yukon. He has a sweet spot regardless where he sits. But, you know, those are the missed opportunity from the sponsorship, from the corporate investment and from revenue generation. But I want David, he's much more competent to talk about those than myself. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I want to make sure that I understand your question specifically. Can you repeat it for me, specific to the different
Sure.
spaces?
So looking at premium space, do other top basketball programs, men and women's, have premium spaces where they play?
The easy answer is yes, absolutely. You know, Gamble was built in 1990, so it's over 30 years old now. And since its construction, there's been a change in how facilities have been constructed. And where Gamble is approximately 10,000 seats, there is very little what we would refer to as premium spaces. And that could consist of suites, it could consist of loge boxes, club areas, and we are without any of that. And so we are manufacturing, trying to create premium spaces regarding seating, but also in hospitality. We use right now what is the lobby of the office area for athletic administration as, you know, our premium club area, which is certainly less than that of what we would like to provide an experience. Just this past weekend, we hosted the first round of the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship in stores. We hosted the University of Arizona, Syracuse, Jackson State, University of Arizona, and obviously and Yukon. We are viewed from around the world, but certainly from around the country through athletics a lot of times. It's not the only way our state is seen or viewed, but we just had individuals as fans, we had student athletes, we had administrators from all these other states and universities, and there is no doubt they talk about Yukon and what their experience was like. So we certainly need to continue to invest, and the premium piece of this is very important to us. We want to continue to drive revenue so that we can reduce our reliance both on the university and the state, and investing in premium spaces specific to Gamble Pavilion will help us do that.
Thank you, Dave. And so that brings me to my next question and final question. Gamble does not have premium space. How much revenue is Connecticut losing by Gamble not having that space?
I would say it's hard to put a specific number on it, but it's millions of dollars a year. And so we will generate specifically direct dollars that are associated with premium spaces every time we host a game, but it will also create fundraising and corporate sponsorship opportunities on top of that. So it's to the tune of millions of dollars a year.
Thank you for that. I'll turn over to our co-chair, Senator Moore.
Good morning. Thank you for the information. I'm going to focus on the health center. I have a question about when someone comes in to do research and they're successful and it becomes a drug that goes to market. How does UConn benefit from that financially?
I had been vice president for research for 5 years, so I think I will try to answer that question. So since recently, we really didn't have the financial model that we could charge any company. So what we are doing now in the startup of faculty and startups, we are asking between 3 and 5% of the revenues. There are a number of the companies that use our patents that we invested, but we were not allowed to to ask for the revenues. So the best example is BioConnecticut investment, 860 million. So and example of the BioHeaven pharmaceutical, we helped them with the patent. The CEO of the company was a UConn graduate. He did undergraduate. He started the project with his faculty as an undergraduate. UConn faculty and UConn assigned patent to him. He built the migraine drug, and last year he sold the 80% of his company to Pfizer for 13.5 billion. So the money didn't come to UConn, and this is the first time that now we are getting 300K from the patent that we have with that company, but money goes to state. And the funding arm for the seed funding for that company was Connecticut Innovations, and Connecticut Innovations received the money from Department of Economic and Community, and the money goes to state. So we are now putting the new models. What is that shared revenue or investment that when we provide the seed funding for the companies, that down the road we can collect the royalty, and that's between 3 and 5% in the new companies.
Thank you. And I'll stay on UConn Health. We've had the chief medical examiner before us for several years, and starting COVID, we learned how bad it was for them and storing bodies and the work that they need to do and the limitations they have within their space. So we asked, they've lost some type of accreditation because of not having space and not having some of the materials. What impact would that have on you, UConn, if we put the medical examiner on your space?
If I may, I'd like to answer that. Thank you, Senator Moore. They are on our campus, and the building is there. I believe that building is age, and there is a need from their perspective to renovate or to build a new building. And I do think that's important for some educational synergy, for example, between UConn Health and the medical examiner's office. We sponsor a forensic fellowship program that's housed and based at the Office of Medical Examiner. And we are one of the largest so-called graduate medical education sponsors in the country, top 10%. So we have a lot of expertise and know-how on regulatory and compliance aspect as well. So we lend that level of expertise to this particular educational program on forensic fellowship. That's one example.
So I should have asked, what impact would it have if we move them off your campus?
Well, I think, these days you can communicate without necessarily being physically next to one another, but there's something to be said about being in person, being right there, and sharing some of these know-hows is much easier if they are right there. So that's kind of my high-level answer to that question, Senator.
So it's more about proximity to a school, but would it have any type of impact on your school if they were not there?
I think not substantial, but one of the things we're thinking about, I mean, it's not among the requests here, just going forward, our Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine. So the pathology is anatomical pathology. We do autopsy on the patients, for example, which is similar to what the medical examiner's office does. And so that space for the pathology and lab medicine is outdated. It's been built 55 years ago. We have the accreditation body coming in and examine the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine told us that space is really outdated. You ought to be able to renovate it. So we were just thinking, into the future, potentially we could work with the Office of Medical Examiner. Should they decide to build something on our campus, we could collaborate and do something together that will help with the economy of scale. So that would be one substantial benefit if they were to stay on our campus from UConn Health standpoint.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome. As the co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus, the remarkable success story that was touted by President Merrick just earlier, I want to stay along that same theme. From a standpoint of bioscience initiatives, one of the issues is connectivity to Jackson Labs. But for me, it's about federal grants, research that buffet the ability for UConn to be a worldwide leader in research. Now, that grant money requires a lot of infrastructure commitment, a lot of faculty recruitment and retention. Can you talk a little bit about how important it is for us as a legislature to support your research initiatives to be able to retain talent and recruit talent in a competitive marketplace, not only in this country, but around the world?
Like everything, there is a war on the talents. Everybody wants to best because the best guarantee that you will get more federal funding, you will get more industry funding, you will have a more seed funding, you will have more angel investment funding if you bring the best. One thing is to bring the best, the other thing is retain the best. And I think in the campus visit, you met a young faculty who says, I came from Washington, D.C. I came with 10 million on National Institute of Health awards. I'm in the Torrey building. I had been flooded 3 times. Each time I'm flooded, I'm moving my equipment and I cannot take it anymore. So investment in the infrastructure is essential to keep those people. But also what happened when universities compete for the large federal funds, there is a site visit. So the visitors come to campus and examine your campus. And when they want to give you 10 million, 20, 30, 40, you already have to have the infrastructure. You have to have the building. So they want to see the huge leverage of university and state or the donors in order to invest. So one of the initiatives that we have now, UConn is lead and Yale participating, a number of the pharmaceutical companies, is a quantum materials and quantum for healthcare. And that's the future of the world, artificial intelligence, quantum computers, quantum materials. We received preliminary grant from National Science Foundation of 2 million. And next year we are submitting for 160 million. And we have 6 pharmaceutical companies from Connecticut who are on this grant. So when UConn receives or Yale large federal grant, it doesn't benefit university alone. It benefits the state because that grant money is spent at different places. And having Jack's Lab also help us to recruit the expert. Dr. Sujan Levy recruited him. He's world-renowned National Academy of Science fellow from Johns Hopkins Hospital. So when you have the infrastructure that you can ensure them that they are going to be number 1 in the world, those people want to be the world leader. And that's how they decide where they go. And infrastructure is essential for success, both for recruitment, but also bringing the money from federal government. And I'm really grateful that last year we removed the unpaid legacy cost pensions or French benefits, because on the grants, they made us less competitive. And we had been struggling for 10 years. And I believe that move by all of you is going to help us to be more competitive. Currently, we are about 350 million in federal grants. And my target for UConn and UConn Health in 5 years is over 500 million annually.
Thank you. And I didn't see that from a UConn Health breakdown of the infrastructure needs. So that may be helpful for us to really understand the critical needs you just articulated, President Merrick, for us to understand why it's important. And I don't see that in the notes on that. So if you could just kind of break that down in regards to your infrastructure as it relates to R&D and faculty research and the need there, I think that would be very helpful, because I think on par, it's a much better than a one-to-one return, because it's about sustainability and recruitment and retention of talent. On that same theme, if I may, there is 2 requests here in regards to Torrey and Gant in regards to your STEM science. It goes along the same vein. that we talk about in the Governor's Workforce Council about engineering, as well as innovations in AI, as well as the plethora of needs. Again, you need the infrastructure to be able to provide and recruit talent, not only in regards to faculty, but students that want to come here. When you think about the state of Connecticut and the need of STEM talent, we're woefully short. You know, there aren't a lot of strong engineering programs as you have in UConn. So talk about how important those two building renovations, the Torrey and Gant, is essential for you to be a national leader in regards to STEM faculty and staff, and why that's critical, if I may.
Absolutely. So Torrey building is the life science building, and renovation of the Kent and the science too is for the life science and health science. And when we think of the life science and health science, it's all not only what happened in the medical school, it's also fast computers, machine learning, bioinformatics. So we have the bioengineering program at UConn, and it's so popular. And each year we have about 3,000 applications for 300 slots. And the faculty who are teaching in bioengineering are faculty from School of Medicine, faculty from a School of Engineering, and faculty from Dental Medicine. So that shows you how intertwined are the health science and engineering. So health science is now going to progress based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, personalized medicine, quantum computers. So that facility has to provide the infrastructure that people can be ahead in order to receive the large federal grants. So Dr. Liang, you want to talk more about also what we are planning to do, and the provost and Aliva shared about Harvard expansion, the healthcare and healthcare for community.
Thank you, President. In collaboration with the main campus, we plan to do two things at Harvard. As you know, the Harvard campus will expand by acquiring former St. Joseph University space, which will be for health-related teaching. We're going to be an active participant in that. Also, there will be space for doing so-called human subject research, clinical research, and we plan to take part in that as well. We have considerable expertise on clinical research. I mentioned some of those examples earlier, and we wanted to be able to contribute to the university mission, which is now going to be at Harvard, downtown Harvard. And that's just one example. Senator Huang, you asked for the breakdown of UConn Health facilities and the programs and the research infrastructure. Can we get that to you? I mean, it's not here in this slide deck, but if it's okay, we can get that to you later.
If you could to go through the chairs of the committee, and I'm sure they'll disseminate it. But yes, that would be extremely helpful, because federal and national research grants are essential. And for us to better compete to get those necessary dollars can only help us compete nationally. But anything that you can submit, I would appreciate, but I would ask that you go through the chairs. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ranking Member Piscopo.
And welcome. I appreciate it, and thank you for your hospitality at the various campuses. Appreciate that. It really helps to be able to have eyes on what the words on the page are. So it really helps us to get that perspective. Just a couple fears, Jeff. Well, let me start with you, Madam President. Just a quick overall question. You do make a good case with the problem with going through the bond commission process. It's really tough. I think we all suffer from that. You know, you're waiting you're hoping that you get on the agenda, and then the process is real tedious to actually get the check in the mail, if you will. One of my fears, I mean, not a fear, your proposal for UConn, the extension of UConn 2000, is that we do an end round around the bond commission agenda. Basically, you have a certain amount of money you know it's coming every 5 years, for the next 5 years, every year for the next 5 years. That's your basic argument here.
That's correct. And it's not the argument, because if we just think what donors want and what federal government wants for them to invest, if I tell them the building will be built between 5 or 10 years from now, nobody invests. And I think in order to succeed, we have to leverage on investment. We have to be more proactive with the donors, to say we understand the speed, state understands the speed, Yukon understands the speed, but also with federal dollars. We secured the grant, but before securing the grant for National Science Foundation of 40 million for Yukon Health, we built the infrastructure. And when we applied the first time, we were rejected because one of the comment was, we don't know how long it will take you. So the speed for federal government, the speed for donors, the speed for industry is of the essence. If you talk to the director of National Science Foundation, he came twice to Connecticut, he came twice to Yukon. He says the institution that I fund understand the speed.
Thank you. And Jeff, you mentioned that you cited the various state statutes and for oversight of this strategy, if you will, Yukon 2000, some sort of oversight on that. You cited a couple state statutes, one, two, bring it back to the Board of Trustees, the other one, an oversight from the governor. My problem, my principal problem always with this Yukon 2000 policy is that there's no oversight from the bonding subcommittee. You know what I mean? We just sit here and it's pretty much a done deal when it comes to this level. So is there any, would you suggest any language which would give us some sort of maybe an adjustment on one of any of the line items in Yukon 2000 during the next 5 years?
So there's a couple of things. We do actually biannual or annual reports to all the committees and we submit that. So there's continuous updates. But as I said, in one of them, in one of the statute limits or actually sets the bonding capacity. And every year those can be changed and those can be updates. So in the Malloy administration, we were requested to reduce the amount and push out Yukon 2000 for a couple of years. So there is precedent there for us to, adjust or move those as they go forward. And then we sit down and we work closely with this committee and everybody to say, we'll revise that overall strategy and we can reduce bonding in years 2 or 3 and push them out if needed. So the flexibility is there and we've done that in the past, but just because we put it in statute, that I think sets the maximum. And then we can year by year talk about what the actual is going to be. Thank you.
My last concern was on deferred maintenance. You built up so much since 1992 or whatever. And I was always worried about deferred maintenance. Rika put my mind at a little bit of ease when we were walking to the bus, from the building to the bus. So we had a great conversation that way. And thank you. Is your proposal? Let me just ask about the governor's recommendation. Would that be adequate for your deferred maintenance for this coming year?
So, well, if we actually look on slide 22, and if Rika could bring it up, that is just one of our proposed, but you'll see the deferred maintenance as you specifically said is really going out for 3 years. At the university, we have over $1 billion of deferred maintenance needs. And at Yukon Health, it's close to about 400 million at this point in time. And these are the things, they are the non-attractive projects. We're talking about plumbing and electrical inside a wall, paving sidewalks, parking lots, things like that. That will be an ongoing need as we continuously go through the years for it. So I would say this request gets us a start, but it would not fully fund the deferred maintenance needs.
Thank you. And thank you again, Madam President.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. Thank you all for your dedication to Yukon. Madam President, saw you in Brooklyn on Sunday, and you're here quite a bit these days. And I understand you're going to Portland. And So thank you for the dedication to the cause, and congratulations on all the success. Real quick, Representative Piscopo, I think, touched on what I wanted to ask. First, I wanted to give you credit first for coming up with the Yukon 2000 extension request. I think it makes a lot of sense. Representative Pisco hit on some of the frustration that we have on this subcommittee and this legislature in general with the bonding process. It's a tried and true program. I think it makes a lot of sense. That being said, I guess I would ask as a follow-up if you could, because we receive a lot of information. Your presentation is great. Our Office of Fiscal Analysis prepares a lot of information for us as well. So I guess my question, my ask, and you can touch on it now if you want, but just to summarize what we are talking about here, because we have shown here the universe of existing authorizations compared to the governor's request, and then the net revised under the governor's request. It would be helpful for us, I think, to see everything consolidated. So the old request with the new request side by side, and that is, and then I had one specific question, I guess, for Dave about Gample, because Gample shows a $10 million outstanding authorization. So, and that's an example, I think, of my ask in general. Is that 10 million going to be consolidated with the updated request? And if are there any others in here that are existing authorizations that you're looking to consolidate?
So we will definitely do that and get a detailed sheet back to you. I think your question, though, relies around the current budget does have, through the bond commission, that $10 million for Gample. It also has $30 million for deferred maintenance for Farmington, for Yukon Health. So there are other items outside of the extension request that were already approved, and we are just moving those in. But we'll combine those and get you one schedule so you can see everything together on it.
That would be
And
helpful.
the Gantt renovation has been on the books for a number of the years. We were planning previously to renovate, but because of the cost of construction going up, we ran out of money to finish renovation of that one wing. So it's a huge space that is unoccupied. It's under Environmental Protection Agency, not allowed anybody to use that space because of the quality of the air and quality of the environments. So the cost of construction is going up, and that's why some of those things finish again on agenda. But we will be more than happy to provide more details, what we asked previously and what is rolling in.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Palillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for the information you provided and the discussion. Feel like you're very forthcoming with the needs, and certainly agree with the plan that you've put forward. As Representative Doucette just mentioned, adding to the consistency and the continued investment in the university is certainly important, and certainly something that I wanted to support and do support. And I would say that as I was reviewing your testimony in the slide deck early this morning, it was very fitting, the Babbage library photo, having lived through that and having a convenient excuse not to visit the library as much as an undergrad. Certainly was helpful as I reviewed this morning. But I do want to commend you for the pivot and for looking at what the investment should be by the state in the next 5, 10, and 15 years. Certainly making budgeting easier, but certainly laying out our priorities. So I wanted to start there. Dave, I wanted to ask around Gample. You mentioned the current life of Gample being 30 years. What has been the investment since it's been built? As we look at the last 3 decades, how much investment has gone into that building, that facility?
Outside of the annual maintenance type of investments, redoing of floors, we just replaced the floor this past off season, which was approximately $1 million. A few years back, we had to redo the roof. Those of you that are familiar with the inside of Gample, the roof is, I think, 2 structures. Obviously, you have the exterior roof, and then on the interior, there's acoustical tiles that all had to be replaced, and that came to a cost of $10 million. So there's been millions of dollars spent on Gamble from a maintenance and probably small renovation standpoint. We added seating quite some time ago in what I would call the corners of the building, but that's been quite a while ago. So any significant renovation in terms of changing the building or changing how the experience of the building is for our student athletes or fans, there hasn't been any significant renovation or investment that I'm aware of.
Thank you for that. And it's certainly important 3 decades in to be able to evolve and to be able to allow your department and the university overall. And I think it underlies, and we're not here to talk about appropriations, but how different budgets do have impact on each other, and having the ability to invest in a facility like this to take some pressure off of an operating budget. There certainly is that synergy, and it is important to be making these investments as we're looking at operating budgets 3 to 5 to 10 years out, certainly to be able to do these things today to benefit the university tomorrow. President, I wanted to touch, because your testimony and something as we look at, and you've talked about the economic investment and the return to the state, and it's hard to argue with that. But looking at the flexibility of UConn 2000, and you mentioned housing inside, and I wanted just to finish off on the academic piece and looking at the student and looking at the competitiveness, but then the actual retention and the investments that have been made even in the last 4 or 5 or 6 years to be able to have that experience on campus, because that was a clear need. Can you just talk about overall that retention piece, and then not just getting folks onto campus, but again, having them leave as graduates?
Absolutely. We do significant investment in success of our students. We are #1 in the country time to degree, 4.1 year. So the retention of the students is very important, and have the housing on the campus, because we provide the advising, we provide the mentoring. So at any point, we know what are the struggling point for our students. The number of students from freshman to sophomore year that graduate is 91%, and in 5 years graduation rate is 86%. That what puts us on the top. But we invest significantly in mentoring, in advising, in mental health. The mental health needs are huge, and they are priority for our students. After they presented the priorities, the housing is #1, the mental health is #2, the advising and mentoring is #3. They want financial literacy. We are now doing fundraising for financial literacy to provide people to the community that can teach our students, not only students from the business club, but we have now investment club. And we have faculties who are volunteers who come from New York to teach our students. So understanding what students want in order to succeed and what is needed to retain them. The 6 months post-survey after graduation indicates that 75% of our graduates stay and work in Connecticut. And if we take the number of them who want to postgraduate school, PhD or medical school, it's now over 80%.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to highlight from your testimony the fact that the flexibility that UConn 2000 being able to address those needs on campus, to be able to create that retention, to create that successful path, it is so critical and so crucial from your side and from the folks that we serve. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for communicating the message and the detailed information that you've put forth today, and really the commitment and the work that you do every day. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Madam President, I know we are close to the top of the hour. We've got one more question for you, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate your extra time. Madam President, great to see you, of course, and your wonderful team. Also wanted to thank you for your hospitality. A few months back when we visited the UConn campus with the subcommittee, learned so much, especially a lot of the cutting edge research being done at the Science 1 building, and very excited to learn about the Science 2 building and what's to come. Within the Science 1 building, was blown away by the Institute of Material Sciences, as you mentioned, how important it is for some of our larger employers, especially defense contractors in the state of Connecticut, whether it's Electric Boat in our backyard or Raytheon, so many others that utilize your facilities for not just recruitment, of course, but for the work they're doing and the applications that they can have at their companies as well. And so that leads me to my question just regarding the costs of Science 2. I understand that there is a proposed increase, $25 million increase in terms of the allocation for this. Would that be enough to complete the project in a timely fashion?
The faster we build, the cost is going to be more controlled. The longer it takes us, I gave example of innovation partnership building, 1 year extra is 650,000 more. But another thing, when you visited Science 1, it's hard to envision when we start construction of these projects. But you mentioned some of defense companies, and I want to give example of Pratt & Whitney. Now that we have the clean room in the Science 1, Pratt & Whitney is taking the team that is in Pennsylvania because of UPenn and clean room and bringing them back to Connecticut. So we have to think of expansion of the jobs and new jobs generation if we have those facilities. So that's a perfect example. And the Science 2 is going to be about health science, life science. So thinking about pharmaceutical industry, thinking about all these tip companies that will need the space, that will need the microscope of the life science, that will need the fast computers. It's a significant investment for the new jobs creation in Connecticut and bringing the jobs that left the state because they need that infrastructure.
Excellent. And it's my understanding that the Science 1 building is a LEED Gold certified building, which
Correct.
means over time, just the energy consumption for that building will be
Correct.
a lot less than with buildings with carbon or carbon sources. So with that said, with UConn's commitment to going net zero, do you anticipate also savings from those?
Significant savings and significant investment from the companies. So we are signing the contract with Honeywell, and a lot of the investment will be really providing equipment to measuring carbon footprint in each of our buildings. They're going to do the auditing. They're going to help with the sensors replacement. So one thing is putting the new infrastructure. The other one is monitoring what we have and changing our behavior. And they've shown in some of the buildings how you can control the temperature when people are not in the building. You don't have to have air conditioning. You don't have to have a heating. And if you have those sensors and controls, you can do significant control of the carbon footprint. And we are all about environments. We work closely with Eversource. We have a number of companies who want to help and be part of that big vision.
That's great. And love to see the new housing opening up at stores. I would love to see that spread out from our corner in Avery Point and Groton, and certainly in Waterbury as well. The more the merrier, but keep up the great work, especially with the Title IX items as well. And go Huskies.
Thank you. And thank you so much for all your support and investment in UConn.
So, Madam President, thank you and your team for being here. And certainly thank you for all that you do on behalf of the students of the university and the staff as well. And so we also want to thank you for always being so inclusive of the bonding subcommittee. You have had us down at stores and at other projects throughout the state. And it's really important that we see the work that you're doing. And you all have been very transparent with the subcommittee. We really appreciate that. And certainly I join my colleagues up here in wishing our women and men all the very best in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And go Huskies and go Connecticut. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Connecticut State Colleges and University System, who's going to address the subcommittee. They'll have a little bit over an hour because of our extended time with UConn. Chancellor, once you get settled at your convenience, you may begin. That's okay. Take your time. And so Chancellor, before you begin, I think the last time we were together, you, me, and Piscopo were on the roof of Kinney Hall. So nice to see you. You may begin, please. Yes.
Okay, there we go. I'm Terrence Chang. I am the Chancellor of the Connecticut State Colleges and University System, and I'm joined today by Vice President of Finance and Administration and Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Lloyd Blanchard, and CSCU Vice President for Facilities, Real Estate, and Infrastructure Planning, Keith Epstein. And thank you for the opportunity to review the capital budget for CSCU and our midterm biennium current requests. So as many of you know, our CSU system includes our 4 Connecticut State Universities and our 12 community college campuses, which comprise CT State Community College, as well as Charter Oak State College, our online institution. The system enrolls roughly 85,000 students in credit and non-credit programs, 96% of whom are Connecticut residents. An astounding 35% of Connecticut high school graduates attend a CSCU institution. That's basically 1 out of 3 high school graduates will attend a CSCU institution. And we have conferred over 320,000 credentials since 1983. An even more impressive number, one that is specifically only to our CSCU system, is that over 90% of our graduates choose to live and work in Connecticut after graduation. So collectively, our institutions have an $11 billion positive annual economic impact on our state. Simply put, CSCU is Connecticut. Our students come from Connecticut, they're educated and trained in Connecticut, and they stay to live and work in Connecticut. Without a doubt, we are the growth strategy for Connecticut's future. So I want to thank all of you for your continued support of our students and our institutions, for they provide critical support to all of our campuses. We can only fulfill our commitment to the state because of the generous support provided by you and your colleagues. Because of your support over the years, we've been able to transform the lives of students, families, and Connecticut communities and serve in an important capacity as the engine of economic and social mobility for our state. While we very much appreciate the continued support of both the governor and the legislature, we do face some serious concerns. Although authorizations over the past 2 biennium have included significant program funding for minor capital improvements under our code compliance infrastructure improvement programs, they have not included important funding for major capital improvements of individual buildings. Indeed, we have confirmed that the CSCU system currently has over $332 million in authorized but unallocated funds. Let me repeat that. The system has over $332 million in authorized but unallocated funds. Of those unallocated funds, our major concern and priority is to have those projects related to health and safety immediately addressed. Our students, faculty, and staff, many of whom you have met in your visits and in your daily work, they deserve safe, reliable, and modern facilities, and we desperately need your support to make that happen. All of these capital project requests are either longstanding major facility needs which have been documented in campus master plans, or they are critical infrastructure improvements. Some remain high priority, unauthorized requests for the last 2 biennium or longer. Most recently, OPM's FY 24-25 midterm funding request instructions indicated that new capital project requests should not be submitted. But the continued delay in funding these vital projects has led to significant health, safety, and operating concerns for our institutions. When major renovation projects cannot advance because of stalled funding, our operational program funding must pick up the slack. Doing this redirects funds that should go to academics and student support. Instead, these funds end up going toward temporary capital project improvements meant to avert further system and infrastructure damage that could result in failure and danger. Of course, all of this could have been avoided if the renovations and replacements had occurred as part of the original major improvement project request. So, to be clear, in an effort to avert health and safety situations, we are literally taking funds away from faculty and students. This diminishes their academic experience. It hurts them in the classroom, and it creates obstacles for their long-term goals of advancing their careers and bolstering Connecticut's workforce. The other significant problem in this scenario is that we are essentially funding many improvements twice, since the temporary repairs will eventually be removed under a major improvement project. So with the limited release of capital program general obligation bond funds, only one university project has been completed since we last reported to this subcommittee. Funded from the FY 2009 FY 2009 authorized CSCU 2020 funds. That project is the Southern Connecticut State University new 64,000 square foot business school. The Southern Business School is a shining example of what state investment in CSCU capital projects can and should be. Advancing our academic and professional mission by educating and training students for industry and creating jobs here in Connecticut to build valuable and impactful assets that will have a socioeconomic impact on Connecticut for the long term. One major program that received authorized funding for FY 24-25 is for code compliance and infrastructure improvements. This program funds academic enhancements, deferred maintenance, energy conservation, accessibility, code conformance, and other major infrastructure improvements. Projects funded under this program will typically cost less than $3 million. We are appreciative of these funds being included, but significant concerns remain about the actual reinvestment, or frankly lack thereof, that has been made into our facilities. As part of this midterm adjustment, we are submitting 9 important requests that adjust underfunding of design or construction authorizations or establish a new authorization for design. So I want to thank you all for your time today and for your ongoing engagement and support, and as we discuss our projects and our requests. So we look forward to discussing with all of these with you today. And we are deeply grateful again for your partnership, your support, your encouragement now and into the future. So with that, I'll conclude, and we'll be open to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great. And Chancellor, thank you so much for your testimony. It was very informative. A question that I have regarding around the community college system is the advanced manufacturing program. So we have one at NVCC in Waterbury, and it's a really great program with a strong curriculum that really helps students go out into the private sector and get good paying, decent jobs, at good wages. And so what other community colleges have that same advanced manufacturing program?
So we have advanced manufacturing at multiple campuses. We can get you the exact list, but I know that Tunxus has a facility that we are trying to bring online, as Nuntuck certainly has a facility. We actually have a manufacturing space that is a Naugatuck Valley space that is housed on the Western Connecticut State University campus. Housatonic has a space as well. So we have manufacturing in many spaces. Keith, you may be able to add to this, please.
Sure. Also Quinnebog and it's Nuntuck.
Quinnebog and Nuntuck. So I believe that gives us at least 7 locations of the 12 community colleges that have manufacturing capacity.
Are there any plans in the future to expand that program? We know it works. We know it produces, good students who can get, again, a decent job. Are there plans for expansion in the near future?
I think one of the immediate goals we would like to do is complete the Spring Lane facility as part of the Tungus campus, because we believe that has significant potential to link to both small, mid-size, as well as large manufacturers and their workforce needs. And we've made a very intentional effort to have manufacturing even at some of our urban campuses like Capital Community College, where we are trying to expand that capacity and footprint there as well. So clearly manufacturing is one of the key pillars of development that we would like to continue to support for the state because we know it's so instrumental.
And thank you for being a good partner with manufacturing. It's very important to what we're doing here in Connecticut. So we do thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Chancellor, I'm looking on page 6. And it has some of your projects listed, your 9 projects. I'm just wondering, can some of the deferred maintenance costs be used to address some of these projects?
I'll ask our AVP, Keith Epstein, to speak to that, please.
So we do use deferred maintenance, unfortunately, to support these projects. So these are projects, when we look at Middlesex, for an example, the authorization for design is over 6 years old. So we haven't moved forward with design. We don't have an authorization for construction. So there are improvements that need to happen. Right now, I have a separate project renovating restrooms. So that should be part of a major project, but we'll start to piece apart parts of the building. You had mentioned last time you saw Chancellor Chang was at Keating Hall, the roof. You saw that's a temporary roof we put down about 8 years ago, thinking that because there's asbestos underneath and we need to remove a portion of that roof as part of a major project with a metal deck that comes off. It's a major change. So we put a temporary roof on it. The temporary roof is still there. That roof was funded about $750,000 at the time from deferred maintenance funds. So we do use deferred maintenance funds, but in many cases, like Chancellor Chang said earlier, it's spending twice because we're going to spend it now and then we're going to spend it later to do the permanent replacement. One important item to note, Norwalk B Wing, you've heard about that before. I think you may have visited us down there. So replacing the roof is an important element to that project. Also replacing mechanical equipment and electrical equipment. Some of it in the renovation will be on the roof. We're going to be spending over $2.5 million this summer replacing the roof, only to eventually renovate the building and do more roof replacement work up there and restoration of what we just had to modify. So the answer is yes, not always how we want to do it, but yes.
Understood. Thank you for that. State Senator Marilyn Moore, who is the co-chair of the bonding subcommittee, has a few questions. Senator?
Good morning. Thank you. Good to see you, President. I wanted to just ask some questions about the consolidation.
Sure.
And how is that going? And if you're seeing savings for it and what might be some of the shortfalls also?
So this is the inaugural year of CT State Community College, where the 12 campuses have now been unified into one institution. And I would be lying if I didn't say it has been very hard, right? It's been challenging. The first thing that I think has been most challenging is that in its inaugural year, President Maduco and his team have had to mitigate a very large budget deficit. And so I know this is not the Appropriations Committee, but to answer the question, the situation we find ourselves in, which is shouldering the burden of state signed contracts as related to our bargaining units and so forth, and also the way the state calculates fringe benefits, has created an even larger burden than the one we already carry due to enrollment drops related to trends in the demographics and so on. And so the struggle is real. The challenge has been real. Our folks have worked incredibly hard to mitigate a very large budget deficit, especially at the community college. That said, I think there are many successes to speak of. One of those is that there is a level of fluidity and service and accessibility now across all the community colleges. And so the way we are delivering courses, whether it's in person, hybrid, or fully online, we're actually serving our students much better. The utilization of resources across the different campuses, such as advising or mental health counseling and other areas, is also very good. when students need to move around for courses or to find more courses, they have that flexibility now, and we've also eliminated an entire tranche of fees. So I think that we are off to a very good start when it comes to our faculty and our staff really coming together to execute the mission and get it done for our students. But we are definitely looking to find greater balance when it comes to our resource allocation and how ultimately can we continue to sustain the services that we need. Because as has been previously stated about public higher education, we as a public regional, we have two sources of revenue, right? One is from the state and one is from tuition and fees. And when it's not there from the state, the burden then falls upon our students to try to make up a portion of that delta. The other challenges I would say in terms of where we are with the new community college is that there's a significant culture change. And I think we need to recognize that individual community colleges have existed for decades, and there's a real pride and there's a real, passion for those individual colleges. And many of you have visited those colleges and you've been on those campuses. They love Gateway, they love Housatonic, they love Middlesex, right? And so it's a shift to say we are one part of one big institution now, and so we try to continue to be mindful and empathetic to the fact that there is genuine loss there, that folks feel like they have lost something. And again, could we have done and handled things better through the years in terms of communication and collaboration? Absolutely. We'll always try to be better and to learn from that. But I'll tell you, I couldn't be prouder of our folks, especially at the community colleges. They've gone through so much. They've gone through so much to try to get to this point now. And when I walk into a room and I have that privilege to share that space with them, I feel a lot of positivity. I feel that there's healing going on, but I feel a lot of positivity because at the end of the day, they're there for students, right? They're there to make people's lives better. And so I hope that's something that we can continue to build around. Thank you for the question.
Well, I attended Housatonic back in the 70s when it was in the faculty building.
Mhm,
And I certainly do appreciate it being in Bridgeport, and we're honored to have it there.
mhm.
And the students honored to have them downtown Bridgeport also.
Yes.
I just wondered, of the consolidation, are you seeing an increase in the amount of students who would go online versus in person?
Yes, we have definitely seen an increase in the number of students who are going online. And so I think what we went to as an emergency during COVID, which was again, such a seismic event, has shown us that students actually benefit from being online as well. That kind of flexibility, taking away locked in schedules, taking away the need to travel for some students who have multiple jobs, they have family situations and responsibilities. I think it's a real game changer for many of them. And one of the benefits of the new community college structure is that I'll just use Housatonic as an example. In the past, an online class offered by Housatonic could only be taken by Housatonic students. But now Housatonic students can take online classes that are being offered by instructors at other campuses and vice versa. And so it actually creates an even larger playing field, offering even more access and opportunity. And so, there's still some kinks in the process. There's no two ways about it. But at the end of the day, more is definitely better, especially for this student population that, to be very honest, they don't live in a dorm. Right? They don't go to school full time. They are working adults who have a multitude of responsibilities, and so more flexibility is better.
I don't think any of your requests are not needed. I think the problem is getting you the money, and we're seeing that across the board, and money being authorized but never allocated. So
Yes.
you have our support. You have my support.
Thank you very much. We deeply appreciate that.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chancellor, for being here, and
Of course.
compliments to being in person and having your entire competent team here. I want to go right to the point in regards to the advanced manufacturing and emerging technology programs, there's allocations to that. But then there are other allocations for advanced manufacturing at different parts of your request. What is the consideration to have them separately? Is it for particular schools, particular unique programs? I just was wondering that would they be consolidated, and why the necessity for these various other programs? In that same vein, I wanted to ask about Gateway's funding requests as it relates to the automotive and emerging technologies. Why that distinction for Gateway when the whole pocket of other advanced manufacturing and emerging technologies are requested elsewhere?
Sure, sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. So the first thing I'll say is that one of the real benefits of this new community college that we have now is the unification of curriculum. So it used to be that every institution, when separately accredited, even if it was manufacturing, one version of manufacturing may not have matched the other version. And so ultimately requirements were all over the place, so to speak. And by unifying the curriculum, you can now have specializations within a unified curriculum, which allows for that fluidity between the campuses and between the institutions. So someone might end up getting their training, somewhere in central Connecticut, but their ability and their credential actually allows them to be transmutable, so to speak, across any need for any employer across the entire state, as opposed to being kind of locked into one specialization. So I think the unifying curriculum is very good, but I do think it comes back as well to the separate campuses right now. We have to keep in mind that this is the inaugural year of CT State, and that we're still evolving very rapidly, and that ultimately we do think that the multiple campuses and locations are an asset. They are a benefit because it allows us to serve as many people as possible. Right? It's going to be incredibly challenging to learn how to become an advanced manufacturing professional if you are only going to be locked into one location at any given point across the state. So we think that our ability to move the curriculum and to have it available in multiple locations is actually quite key. And I think it also gives us a chance to engage with as many employers as possible. So I know that you all speak to employers all the time, and many of them want to find that quote unquote homegrown or regional talent. I've worked in Fairfield County for several years, and I know that there were Fairfield County businesses, even large businesses, who said, no, we want to get our talent from Fairfield County. And there are folks who want to get their talent from Hartford or from Eastern Connecticut or what have you. So I think that that allows us to have an expanded talent pool and a base that goes across the state. To speak specifically to Gateway, this is a real gem of a program. I got to tell you, the stuff that they do with these vehicles, and they are looking at advancing that and evolving that curriculum to be truly key to the 21st century. And I think it's something that we haven't, frankly, taken enough advantage of, because we've had our funding challenges. To be very blunt, we've had our public relations challenges these past few years, right? We don't have a chance to really go out there and say, this is wonderful work. These are talented people. These are folks that are actually engaging people who would not be engaged otherwise, and giving them a chance to be a part of an exciting, burgeoning industry when we talk about electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, hybrid vehicles. So right now, the space limitation, and AVP Epstein might be able to speak to this a little bit more, but if you've been in that Gateway space, it's small. It's in an old high school. It's small, and it limits the number of types of cars that we can actually work with. So by creating a more contemporary home for this program, we will actually be able to expand. And these are folks that literally, they're going to get training. It's going to be pretty quick in all accounts. And ultimately, they get jobs even before they've graduated, because folks are hungry to hire people with this kind of skill set. But Keith, do you want to speak to the Gateway site?
Yeah, of course, you're always interested in partnerships. So this facility is a partnership with Honda and General Motors. These are not used cars. These are brand new cars. They cannot be registered, and they're donated to the program. And there's about 70 cars on site, trucks and cars that the students deal with. And it's if you have a chance to go there, or we'd like to bring you there, it's an interesting learning process of what these students are doing and what we're training them to do and be.
Thank you, and that is very helpful clarification. I guess one of the hardest questions that we have hanging over us is the fact that overlap. And obviously, our community colleges are gem and pride in the community, but there is overlap. And one of the hardest challenges you have in CT State is fighting the parochial nature of all of us and protecting our local community gems. But there are overlaps.
Yes.
And how do you see to be able to create the best of the best center of excellence?
Yeah.
As you said, Gateway is a gem, but there are other organizations with overlap, and we're not a big state.
Right.
So the hard question is, has that been part of your long-term plan? And I know it has, because you've encountered
Yes.
tremendous resistance, but it's a necessary process
Sure.
in these budgetary times, but also consolidation.
Absolutely.
Could you elaborate a little bit the challenges?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. The overlap is real. And I think we have to, I would maybe use a different term, the redundancy, right? How do we basically mount the services that we need for our students to the level that they deserve and require, while still being absolutely responsible with the state investment, right? And that is top of our mind at all times. And so the efforts of this unification of all the campuses has sought to reduce redundancy as much as possible. Again, we are working with a very talented, very capable unionized workforce. And so, of course, any changes that we would try to, advance would have to be discussed and negotiated with our bargaining units. And so that's something that has been ongoing in terms of that conversation, but it does come back to the student needs. We're constantly monitoring enrollment. We're constantly monitoring demographics. And again, as responsible stewards of state resources, we have to constantly look at the data and understand what the data is telling us. And we are most recently received a report, literally just a draft of a report days ago, that analyzes space use, that has a demographic projection that goes 10 years out. And so looking at that data will allow us to then come back to our constituents, and also come back eventually to the legislature and to our state leaders and say, this is what we're seeing. This is what we would like to do. We will always believe that we are a part of the state's growth strategy, that we are more than a worthy investment in terms of educating the residents of our state and driving the workforce, but we have to continue to evolve and be responsible, and frankly, to be very soberly honest with ourselves when it comes to what the realities are that we see on the ground.
Thank you, Chancellor. And I just simply wanted to add that I appreciate the challenge you have ahead of you, but I wanted to applaud you, because I think in the years I've known you, it has always been about the student. It has always been about opportunities.
Yes.
And our community colleges are a
Yes.
pathway for
Absolutely.
those to obtain an education.
Yes.
And it should be always about the student. I want to compliment you
Thank
in
you.
that focus. There may be obstacles to that goal, but the simple truth is you've always been about the student. So I applaud you and thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And welcome, President. Appreciate it. And thank you for your hospitality also. It really helps to get around. I tried to make them all, but I missed a couple.
I think you made 3 out of the 4 that we hosted. That's pretty darn good.
Thank you. My question, our House Chair brought up page 6. No relevance to the New York Post. But I gotta admit, opening day, we all go to our budget books. I look it up. Yours one of the first ones I went to, and I was taken a bit aback about the governor's proposals on your requests. He didn't propose any funding for any of our colleges or community colleges or universities. So, that kind of, that was eye-opening. And I guess as you're coming to the subcommittee here with your requests for revisions to the bond authorizations, as I look at page 6, not, it's a prudent request. You make a prudent request, but could you, I think if we were to try and offer you some sort of budget, bonding revision, we could probably, I think the most important, I guess I'm asking you to prioritize.
Sure.
The most important thing I think is to, get the existing buildings back in great shape.
Yeah.
Some of the buildings at Western, the dorms at Western and some of the classroom buildings were just
Sure.
terrible to look at and even enter.
Yes.
And so with your focus on just trying to renovate and renew existing structures instead of putting in some of the requests for new funding, for new buildings, I think would be something I might be able to convince my fellow members of this bonding subcommittee to try and take a good look at. And going into the future, of course, you always make a good point on on the necessity to grow.
Yes.
It's good to be competitive and grow. So we get
Yes.
more students wanting
Yes.
to go there.
Absolutely.
And then, and as I said, they were prudent. Middlesex, you're starting off well with that kind of a renovation. Of course, we want to get the snakes out of the building there. So I think that would be your top priority, not being an architect, but, just to kind of shore up the buildings we have and make them aesthetic and livable and functional.
Absolutely.
Just a general comment on that statement.
Sure.
Not really a question.
Sure. No,
Mr. Chancellor.
Well, you did ask me to prioritize, sir, and I certainly will give you that our sense of that, and then I can be corrected by my good colleagues here if I miss something. But I just want to kind of recenter the conversation, and so listen, I wish we were in a place right now that the flagship is in, where they're coming to you asking for funds to expand Gamble or to build a new science building so they could attract XYZ, ABC. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about fundamental health and safety. And frankly, we're talking about the basic dignity of our students and our faculty and staff who go into certain scenarios in their offices, in their cubicles, where they could potentially face, health and safety concerns, right? It's a completely different ball game. And so I don't say that to, throw shade at our friends and colleagues at UConn. It's just different, right? It is just different. So our requests are very much predicated on health and safety concerns. That being said, it certainly has an impact on the morale, again, on the dignity of our folks and on the pride that they feel that is already wounded in many ways, and our ability to recruit other students. We have certain facilities on some of our campuses that are not even as good as the high schools that these students are coming from. And so why would they choose us when they see the basket catching the water falling from the ceiling in a classroom? They don't have that day to day right now in their high school. So why would they come to college where they're supposed to aspire to greater dreams and they see leaking or they smell mold or they see, patches on walls and roofs and so forth? All that being said, I would offer a few ideas. You're 100% right. Last year, you may remember, there was testimony from our folks at Middlesex Community College. There are water issues and there are literally pest control issues. Literal snakes will come into offices and the buildings. We have infestations in certain walls as well because of structural damage that has not been addressed. So I would put Middlesex towards the top as well. The Norwalk B Wing, which you all personally visited as well. These are classrooms that serve thousands of students that ultimately are taken off of line because of the water damage that's there. So we're serving fewer students, or we're not serving them as well. And on top of which, that water damage is now infecting other areas of where staff and faculty spend their time in their offices. Naugatuck Valley, that Kinney Hall building is really coming towards its end of life, and I've said this without hyperbole. You know, when we don't do the things we need to do, we could look at a significant failure of that roof, which could lead to a catastrophe, you know, and that is something that before we talk about academic freedom, before we talk about curriculum and pedagogy, we just have to talk about health and safety of folks walking into their buildings and feeling like they're going to be okay. And having walked on that roof, the view is great from up there. But guess what? That is not what that roof is for. We need to make sure that we have safety in that capacity. You know, I will tell you that I think the Central Connecticut State University STEM building is absolutely key. Central Connecticut State is once again, you know, maybe the bluest of our blue chips within the system. They are an outstanding institution. They are in very, you know, on solid footing when it comes to enrollment and how they've managed their finances. They have big aspirations and big plans for innovation and workforce development. But that is not only about one innovation lab. All of those future innovators, developers, builders, creators, entrepreneurs, they have to take bio, chem, physics. They have to have natural sciences. That science building is key to all future development for Central Connecticut State University. And the last thing I would put out there is Western. Western has had a tough go of it recently. There's no two ways about it. But Western has some of the most dedicated, most passionate faculty you're ever going to find. And they deserve better because there are facilities there now where there's literal warping of what should be a student center activities and basketball court floor because we haven't addressed water issues. And again, these are students that are coming from Danbury High School. These are immigrants, first generation, students of color, students who are looking at Western as their launching pad for their lives and their careers. And what do we give them? What do we show them? And they come in, they can't even play a game of pickup basketball because the floor has been so warped out. And then you have water issues again. Water is just rot for these buildings. And I think it just says something about who and what we are. If we're in the people business, what are we giving to our people? So I'll ask my colleagues to correct me if there is anything that they would find as additional top priority, but I think those are the ones that I would offer.
Well, they're all top priorities
Yeah.
in my book. I think the biggest problem when we talk about these projects, you all know, we're reinvesting in our facilities and investing in our student population. But it takes 5 years, once you provide design funds, to deliver a building in the state going through our process. So we're not talking about tomorrow. So right now we have one project under construction. So we're taking almost like a break of construction, which is not good. We're missing students, we're missing faculty, we're missing promoting higher ed in our system. So again, Department of Administrative Services requires that we have an authorization for construction funds to move forward. So this was prior to COVID. They haven't changed that stance since, which we need your help to help change that, because if we have an allocation of design for design funds, we certainly want to move ahead, design a project, and continue to ask for future construction funds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Chancellor.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. You actually mentioned what I was going to ask about, but it is a specific question and then sort of a general one as well. I was thinking of as Nutuk, because we heard testimony last year, you may recall, in the Finance Committee from some of the faculty there.
Yes.
So I was going to ask sort of for an update on that one. I see that in what you brought us today, there is a proposal longer term, and you mentioned future request. But in terms of the immediate needs, you know, is there anything available for that now? I noticed that we have an unallocated or an authorized unallocated balance for deferred maintenance, both on the university side and the college side. Is that potentially available? I mean, we have to wait for an allocation of that, I guess, but is that something that you've discussed with OPM and the governor's office as a possibility to bridge those gaps? Or, you know, do you need help from us to do something else to really meet all of those needs that you mentioned?
We could certainly use the legislature's support in this committee, subcommittee specifically, your support in terms of advocating and ultimately, you know, coming to find the appropriate level of resources. We're very clear with the governor's office and with OPM in terms of where we stand, not just the what and the how, but the why. And so we have a constant communication with them about where we're trying to go and what we're trying to do. And so those lines of communication are always open. If you're asking, are you asking specifically about the Asnuntuck project that you would like a little more clarity on?
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
again, yeah, so two questions in there. One
Sure.
specifically about Asnuntuck, one is just generally about deferred maintenance and some of the other
Right,
projects that you mentioned,
So-
whether or not we have, available.
Got it.
funds
I'll
for
ask
that.
Keith to respond to that.
If I understand what you're asking, so we had planned this Nantucket in two separate projects, two separate phases. This was the first phase to renovate. We've improved much of the building, the base infrastructure, boiler systems already, and other projects. This was to focus on air quality, heating throughout the building, and renovation of the largest common spaces of the building. And we'd follow up in the future with the later project to finish the building. If you've been there, if you're aware, it's an old school. Turned over to Asnuntuck in 1992, I believe. So it's in dire need of improvements. And as Chancellor just said, many of the students go to Enfield High School just down the street. And there's a big difference between Asnuntuck and Enfield High, and that's surrounding towns also. So it makes it very difficult to attract students, retention and recruitment.
But I just want to make sure we're answering your question, Representative. So in terms of the deferred maintenance, are you saying, do we have enough deferred to kind of continue to address for now until maybe something more substantive is available?
I guess what would be the approach with these unallocated balances? These are funds that were authorized by a prior legislature.
Right.
And obviously we want to help. I want to help
Right.
with the needs that, as you detailed them. So we have 27 million on the 27.6 million on the authorized on the community college side, and 20 million. I'm sorry, I'm reading it upside down. 65.2 million, right? Authorized on the university side. So I guess again, this is part of the frustration that we have with the process that as we visit it every year. I guess what can we do to help to shake those funds loose, to meet those immediate dire needs as you detailed?
So again, what we have basically been saying, which is, again, there's only one version of the story, and that's the truth, right? The needs are there. It is our job to break them down, unpack them, explicate them, present them, and be very clear with all parties, whether it's with the governor's office or OPM or with the legislature or any component of the legislature. The needs are real. They will be highly impactful, and I think anything that we can do, to loosen the grip, so to speak, to allow those funds to flow, because, in many of these projects, whether the building is populated by 5,000 students or by 500 students, these are health and safety concerns, right? And so regardless of the high volume or lower volume of usage, some of these needs are absolutely critical and dire. And so this is something that we have said repeatedly, and we will continue to say them, and not in a threatening manner, but just as a statement of fact. We would not come before this body and say such things if they were not true. And so anything we can gather or bring together for further penetration of this message, especially from a group like this, would be greatly appreciated.
And I think we're all on the same page here. And again, looking down, this is what our OFA prepares for us. The list of unallocated balances, and some of them very specific projects. Again, part of the frustration, this is either us last year or prior legislature authorizing these funds for that specific purpose for a planned project, and we keep adding to the list every year. It's frustrating. One thing specifically on the list that I wanted to touch on is manufacturing. I think that's a real asset that we have, and as long as I've been here, we've been talking about investing in advanced manufacturing, as Nantuck being the primary example of that. So I think we have to continue to push that, and we have some funds in here.
Mhm.
One thing specifically that I worked on a few years back was the Manufacturing Education Fund, which was supposed to unite our community college programs with the comprehensive and technical high schools to as sort of a joint venture in manufacturing. We have $2.5 million that's unallocated on that. Although I know there's been some movement on some of those programs. I don't know if you have an update on that, specifically on that that program, which was supposed to be a joint venture between the community colleges and the comprehensive high schools to get high school students up to the community colleges working in those manufacturing
Yeah.
programs.
Yeah, so we will go back and get you more explicit information on that. I can tell you that with my arrival almost 3 years ago, and now with President Maduka, who will be coming on 2 years, we've really gone out of our way to make sure that we are engaging with not just the commissioners of CTEX and SDE, but also, literally school by school, building by building, to try to build those relationships and understand that those students they're not just the future, they're the now, right? They are the pipeline, and not every student is going to go directly into a four-year institution. Many of them, their passion is going to be in manufacturing. Their passion is going to be in a more non-traditional route, right? Maybe not through traditional academia. And so we've been working very hard to make sure those relationships are there. So I just wanted to make sure I stated that for the record, but we'll get you more information on the Manufacturing Education Fund.
You could give me an update on any progress that's been made on that.
Certainly.
Again, so important. You said it is the now, right? Because
Absolutely.
this is the pipeline of available jobs. I mean, these are, really, creating jobs within such a short time frame. We're not talking about
That's right.
somebody going to school for 4 years
Nope.
or 6 years to get a master's or PhD or whatever. These are jobs that people will be working in a matter of months, filling the pipeline
That's right.
of manufacturing jobs that we've heard so much about in the state. So it's
Absolutely.
important.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you and your team. Just to continue the line of questioning on advanced manufacturing, we can certainly attest in our corner of the state the incredible investments that your, quite frankly, just the entire state school system has made, and Grasso Tech in particular,
Yes.
one of the sites chosen as part of the our state's commitment to expanding advanced manufacturing, specifically its certificate programs, with our friends at eWIB and many of the partners to ramp up employment at Electric Boat.
Yep.
Without that support, there's no way we would have been able to achieve the hiring milestones that our region has hit year in, year out over the last couple years, and certainly with a goal of hiring at least 5,200 new jobs at our Groton EB site. It's
Yes.
so critical that these programs continue to be successful.
Yes.
And so my question is, I know my good friend Representative Doucette asked about the Manufacturing Education Fund. And I was more curious about how that fund interrelates or intersects with the unallocated balance and future authorization for advanced manufacturing and emerging technology programs.
So how does the Manufacturing Education Fund intersect with that other component? I don't know, Keith, is there any detail we can add to that at this time? Just,
We've requested bond funds from the state as far as an allocation and have not received it. That's really where I am at that end. I need funds to move forward on something, and we haven't been able to proceed with.
And are there specific projects that you're referring to that are on a bit of a schedule or timeline?
It would be equipment purchases that we could add to our facilities. At Capital Community College, we're actually developing a manufacturing facility there. We're actually looking at expanding upon it with some of those funds to bring some of the Hartford students as a joint effort, but with the limited funds, we haven't done that.
And it's also my understanding that there are many schools in the entire state, as well as our local area, that are interested in setting up pre-apprenticeship programs within their high schools. Obviously, it's been a great success with our technical schools like Grosso Tech, the
Mhm.
partnership with Three Rivers.
Mhm.
But are there any, is there any possibility or potential for adding on with our existing public high schools as part of this advanced manufacturing effort with our state colleges?
So I'll tell you that the larger strategy of how CSCU and our community colleges will continue to evolve is going to be heavily influenced by dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment with our high school partners. This is something that President Maduco and I talk about a lot. He is firmly committed to it. I am firmly committed to it across the entire system, not just the community colleges, but our four-year institutions as well. I think part of the challenge, to be very honest, is that this type of work requires more resources, right? I mean, it's hard to create a relationship because our administrators and our partners at the high school level, they're already, doing at least one job, if not multiple jobs. And I would say the same for our faculty, staff, and administration as well. These types of very targeted, interconnected programs that unite different institutions, there's a level of intentionality and consistency that requires a 100% stewardship all the time. And so certainly partnerships like P-Tech at Norwalk, partnerships like Grasso Tech and Three Rivers, and the other partnerships that we're developing, with the more ad hoc approach we had with 12 community college campuses and 4 CSUs, it is harder to corral all of that and turn it into an amalgam of possibility and capability. I think we're far better positioned to do that from a kind of organizational infrastructure capacity. That said, again, that intentionality and really connecting the dots and understanding what we need, it's going to require more resources, but the intent is absolutely there. And what we hope to do is to expand dual and concurrent enrollment in the coming years to the point that the burgeoning results will be able to give us more data in terms of explicitly what we need, because I think, we have to, again, recenter ourselves and say CT State is less than 1 year old as an official accredited entity. But it's important for this body to know that we are aligned in terms of where we want to go.
Thank you, Chancellor, for that in-depth response, and thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chancellor. I don't see any. Rep. Peldio has a question. Sorry.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you for your heartfelt testimony today and the openness and, really laying out the infrastructure needs and how it correlates to the students and the families that you're serving and attempting to serve on a daily basis. And thank you for your juxtaposition before in terms of the testimony that we heard in the prior hour and putting that in context to what you're facing currently and the needs of the system and frankly, the needs of the students and the staff and the communities that you're in. It just leads me to talk about and going back to the presentation that we heard an hour ago, has there been thought or planning, and your presentation and your testimony is very clear today, but in terms of setting forth a plan like we did as a state for UConn 2000 and having that systematically put in place so that these discussions are not about, what we're doing this year, but looking at the 5 years, the 10 years, the decades down the line, so that we're meeting the needs today. And we're be able to, as you just mentioned, intentional a couple times in a prior answer to a prior question.
Right.
Having a framework in place. Where we're not budgeting for tonight or tomorrow, but setting this university system in a place. So I wanted to start with that question and give you a chance to weigh in there.
Thank you for that, Representative, and deeply appreciate that. It is absolutely something we hope to do in the future. We are working right now to analyze the system from a multitude of perspectives, both financial, operational, our workforce alignment, the viability and sustainability of certain, curricula. and how we just do the things that we need to do to meet the needs of the state. At the same time, we are reconciling through additional analysis what is our current capacity when it comes to square footage, when it comes to, again, physical facilities and infrastructure resources, right? I think we have to recognize that the CSCU system is a young system. It was only created back in 2010, 2011 under then Governor Malloy, right? And through that time, there have certainly been some bumps in the road. And I think that has not allowed us to make the kind of progress, all of us would have liked the system to make in that time. I do feel like we have reached a level of, I won't call it a stability quite yet, because if you look at our budget, we're not quite there, but we're working really hard to stabilize that and create a level of balance and with responsibility and tangible evidence that our return is impactful, right? And so I think we're in a much better place. And so what we certainly would like to do, and we will do, is come back to the legislature with a plan very similar to UConn 2000 or UConn Next Gen that will stipulate what are the capital investment needs, or what the impact would be, and ultimately what we could all view together as the kind of throughput that symbolizes meaningful success. And so we will certainly be advancing that in the future. Thank you for that, though.
I certainly believe that that framework needs to be put into place, that these investments need to be laid out like we just looked at in the prior hour, because your investment in our students and our families, I mean, I'm just thinking this weekend, talking to two students, both one a graduate, both nursing students, one that retransformed his career and went back to school at 40 and now is a nurse. And one young lady who is at Southern Connecticut and is going to be a nurse. And these are the areas where we're talking about the contributions that your system and your staff and all the folks that are invested are making every day in our economy. But we don't have a plan in place. And I think it's incumbent upon this committee as well, as we're seeing basically allocations back from 14 and, a decade in, that there is a responsibility to have a solid framework in place to be able to manage that. And if we're talking about training the workforce, if we're talking about first generation families having the opportunity to go to a community college or just to participate in a certificate program, these investments are certainly important, but the framework is just as important to usher this through. So thank you again for your transparency.
Thank you.
And being open in all of our communities to show what the actual need is.
Absolutely.
And being clearly, as I said, transparent and getting that communication across to us today. So
Thank you, Representative. If I may, I would just like to add. So I'm pretty sure this is an accurate statistic. I think approximately 70% of the students who pursue higher education in the United States go to public regional institutions like community colleges and our four-year institutions. 70% in America. So I know that, it's the prestigious institutions, it's the ones with the big sports that get the attention. We're the folks that train and educate and support the large majority of Americans and folks in Connecticut, right? And so if I would say this in public, I'd say it in private, if we're not worthy of an investment, then who is, right? Because we are the ones who literally say no to no one. We want as many people as possible. That's our job. Diversity is our strength. And we take such incredible pride. And you mentioned healthcare, and we've talked a lot about manufacturing. I think when we talk about return on investment too, we have to see it through a lens of, the investment is not only in individuals entering the workforce, it's about the better society. It's about a better community. It's about folks who can talk to each other and agree to disagree and not have to trash each other, right? It's a very strange, contentious time we live in right now. We're here to lift all people up. We're in the people business. We want to make people better. But, hey, healthcare is king. It's going to be it is now, and it will continue to be for a long time. Healthcare programs are expensive. Manufacturing programs are expensive. One piece of machinery in a manufacturing lab costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. But if I think of it What is a more worthy investment of the state than to invest in the people who will continue to just build the state and make it better and better and better? And I know that that's what you all do as our state leaders and representatives as well. So let me conclude by saying I thank you all so much for your work that goes unseen and unheard. I know you have incredible hours that get put into making the state a better place. So we appreciate your support and engagement deeply.
So Chancellor, thank you for that. And we thank you for being here. And so just before you go, I want to also, commend your staff as well. So last summer, the bonding subcommittee embarked on a journey to really look at a lot of our community colleges and universities. And we certainly learned a lot. And so
Yes.
we look forward to this collaborative partnership that we have and certainly helping you get the resources that you guys need to get the job done. But
Thank you.
our higher ed system is in good hands with you and your team. So keep it up.
Thank you. We appreciate you greatly. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is the Office of Legislative Management. Hi, Jim.
Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for having us down from the 5th floor. Ironically, we did take the elevator to get down here. Is our topic of discussion. But it's always a pleasure to come down and meet with you folks. And really get involved in what's going on around here, and everything that we have to go through to make the buildings run smoothly. So today we're here to discuss the elevators in particular. With me today, I have Chris Perillo, who is our financial administrator, Brian Pence, our facilities engineer, and Susan Skeen, who is our financial services supervisor. So any real specific questions that I can't answer, they'll be able to help out with. As I'm sure you've all experienced, we've had some issues over the last year or so with our elevators, our escalators in the LOB, the garage, the Capitol. And while we have contracted with a vendor to come in and fix and work on our elevators and escalators and Travelator, most of these devices are at the end of their life. We have contracted with a consultant to provide details on what we need to do to move forward, and those results came back last week. So we have some information. That's where we came with the number that we have today. So as we continue to move forward, the elevators, the escalators, and the Travelators are all in working order. It's just that the parts, as they break down, are harder to find and harder to put back together. So with everything at the end of their life, we are seeking bond authorization for the $8 million for, again, the elevators here in the LOB, the elevators in the Capitol, the Travelator in the concourse, and the escalators in both here in the Capitol, and the elevator in the Legislative Office garage. So with that, I'll take any question that you might have to address the issue.
Great, thank you. Can you talk about what the timeline looks like for the restoration of the Capitol complex?
Get that part. So we contracted with BCA and Tecton Engineering and Architects. Basically, we're waiting for the 100% contract documents to come back and a new price analysis on it. As we move forward, as you know, with each fiscal year, the price changes with inflation. So we're waiting on those documents there, and then we would like to go out to bid for that work. Hopefully, fingers crossed, by July, September, somewhere in that range.
Great, thank you. And so last session, when you came before the subcommittee, we talked about the update to the legislative drafting system. Is there a timeline with that?
I just talked to the LCO director last week, Nick Bombase, about that. That's a really unique product they're looking for, right? For drafting that. It's not something you just buy off the shelf. They've met with some vendors. They're also candidly meeting with our ITS department. OFA, where I used to work some years ago, got a new budget system. We went with SAP maybe about 10 years ago. Spent a pretty good chunk of money on that. And it really wasn't a great product. And we ended up learning our lesson, and ITS did a wonderful job with that. So we're sort of in the same boat with the LCO bill drafting, where we may go in-house with that, but we're still LCO is still looking at some other vendors at this point.
Great, thank you for that. Senator Moore.
Hi, Jim. Thanks for coming in with your staff. So, you know, I tripped getting off the elevator 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And it's not just the elevator, it's the door to come into the building from the garage. Senator Sampson was locked in this morning. I was going to leave him there, but I didn't. I was actually going to get people to come down and look at Senator Sampson's locked in, but we got him out. And then when we couldn't get the elevator to come upstairs from the garage. So it seems like everything that has a working part to it in this building and at the LOB is just in bad disarray. And when I think of getting into the building, that hasn't been that long that they've been there, because I think we put them there after 2/11, right? So,
That's correct.
all right. And then isn't Otis a Connecticut company?
It is, yes.
And we don't have enough clout to get them to move on any of this and help us?
Currently, Otis is not our vendor.
So you have an outside vendor?
We have another vendor going through a bid process, our last bid process. Company called Schindler was the one that won the bid.
So over what period of time do you think realistically that we can get some of these things repaired? Because it's not only frustrating for legislators, it's frustrating for people who come in the building. I mean, it's a beautiful building. We had people here last weekend from even the Virgin Islands. And we were apprehensive about them getting on the elevator, right? So what period of time do you think it's gonna be? How long will it take as you plan this out to reasonably get most of this work done?
So we have Schindler for our contract at this current time here, and it's a strained relationship at this point. Their presence in Hartford is not as great as we would like, so the response times are kind of delayed at times. Parts seem to be a struggle with them. They're not Otis, they're Schindler, so that's they seem to be have difficulty getting Otis parts. Everything we have between the two buildings are Otis products. So I met with Otis today, coincidentally, to engage them to see what we can do to fix this, because we need better parts availability, and they seem to think that's not a obstacle that we should have to worry about. They pointed me in the direction that this would be something that could be fixed and overcome pretty easily. Where the breakdown is with Schindler, I can't really get through to. Their contract is coming due with Schindler, and that's when we hope to move forward with replacing them.
So would you go back to Otis, or you would?
Going back to Otis.
Going back to Otis. So you don't have an idea when any of this is going to be behind
No,
us?
we have some repairs, the gongs, the dongs, and the position indicators, which is greatly missed in the LOB building, so you know when a car has reached your floor. Those are expected to be replaced by mid-April, was what Schindler said. We're hoping to expedite that. I don't want to wait till mid-April. I'd like to see if we can get it done before session is finished. So we're putting a lot of pressure on Schindler at this point in time to try and make do on their contract obligations.
So instead of repairing, would you just replace the elevators completely?
That is what what we're talking about here is replacing and really doing overall modernizations of all the cars on the Capitol and the LOB campuses. So that's what really needs to be done. The LOB elevators are approaching 40 years old. That equipment doesn't last forever. So that's what needs to be proposed, but that wasn't proposed from Schindler. We didn't know any of this. We're not elevator experts, but we didn't know that these things were reaching end of life until most recently when we started to have continual failures. You get car one running, you get two that fails. Now they need modernization. Okay. So we've asked for proposals from Schindler. As of date, we haven't received any. A couple minor repairs. They continue to do repairs on it to try and keep the cars reliable and up and running. But currently, as of right now, we're still down 2 cars in the LOB and 1 car down the LOG, the only one we have.
And I know you all use the same facilities we use, that you see it every day, but you multiply it by the amount of people who are coming in and out, and it's just unacceptable that I worry about getting stuck on a Saturday in the doors and can't get out, right? So, but also that when it stops, not here, but at the Capitol, when it stops, it's not always level, and it's a little bit out of kilter. That could be a safety hazard, right? So,
Absolutely.
and then for people with a disability, not being able to get up and down the floors, only being able to use the stairs, it's really a concern for me. So I hope we can come up with some solution. And when you do, not wait until, if you come up with a solution and you have a contract, that you come back and let us know that it's not going to be another year before we know what's going on with it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to ask about that, but I will now that it's piqued my interest. I want to echo and line my statements with Senator Moore from the standpoint of concern in regards to a legislative building, people's building, people with disability or seniors. The inability to be able to move among floors is absolutely daunting. Upon just hearing that the fact we have Otis elevators, but we agreed to a contract with another company. Let me be clear. When you buy a Pratt & Whitney engine, the service agreement goes to Pratt & Whitney, not GE. Okay? I am curious to see how we made that decision to choose a alternative company without fully understanding that they're not interested in helping out a competitor. And their alternative is possibly it's a 40-year elevator. You really should think about replacing it. And number 2, where is the performance requirement on this agreement? I'm just stunned to hear that, yes, breakdown occurs, but the fact that we have no performance standard and accountability with these vendors to do a job is stunning to me. So I'm hopeful that we will have a contract renewal. And when would that be?
As soon as possible. Again, I met with the Otis today to review the equipment we have. We walked and looked at each piece of equipment. Waiting to hear back from them. As soon as we know that there's interest in it, then we're going to move forward. We're not waiting for contract renewal time.
So there is a provision to terminate the service contract as soon as you find a replacement. That be correct?
That'd be correct.
I certainly hope that you'll keep this committee and perhaps you as legislative management could keep us updated in regards and leadership in regards to this, because it is potentially not beyond a disability concern. But indeed, just as Senator Moore cited, I came late one night and was stuck in elevator 3 for over 5 minutes in the middle of the night. And I must tell you, it's a frightening experience. I used the buzzer and all of a sudden the elevator restarted again. But I can't even imagine if individuals or children or elderly or anyone gets stuck in the elevator and upon finding out that it's a vendor performance issue and we have no performance accountability. So I would ask again on this related to bonding, we'll support you to get this repaired and in full functioning order. But how did we agree to a contract and tolerate the non-performance for as long as we did?
I wish I could answer that better. I wasn't here when this contract was signed. I'm with you on this. I would have not gone with a vendor that does not support the products we have. So all I can say is that we are feverishly trying to get back to a contract with Otis where the level of response time and collaboration with us are certainly far better than our current relationship. So all I can speak to is now is trying to modify what we currently have and make that move to Otis to get repairs done in a more timely fashion.
Not to mention parts. As articulated earlier by Jim, we are having a problem with parts. I can see why. We're using a different company. But again, I'll leave it at that. But I wanted to voice my concern and frustration, and time is the essence in this. I'll move on to another, the indulgence of the chair. We've gone to a new hybrid in-person and Zoom type of dynamic. We have one example in this office, right in this meeting room right here, with a screen that we can see and interact as legislators choose to Zoom in. But not all the rooms have that capacity. I believe 2E doesn't have that capacity. What is the timetable to make all of our hearing rooms compatible with the Zoom technology and the screen technology? And for example, 2E screen, it's a great idea to have individual screens, but some of them don't work. So could you share with this subcommittee what the timetable is and what the plan is? And I didn't see that in the bonding request. Was that allocated from past bonding approvals to do so?
Senator, we're using ARPA funds for that. We have a requisition right now for an additional 400,000 in ARPA funding to finish the hearing rooms. We don't do that sort of work during session. One of the challenges on several projects that we face is that for 6 months a year, we don't do certain work. We don't work on the garage during session. We don't work in the hearing rooms during session. So that's a challenge. I also want to point out, I think Jim was probably going to say this, that the last 2 times we put out, and this predates myself and Brian, but the last 2 times we put out the RFP to bid on the maintenance of the elevators, Otis didn't bid. Otis did not bid on that contract. So we can't hire them if they don't want to do the work. And some of this, we've met multiple times with Schindler. There are some challenges in that industry. There are staffing shortages. I wish the higher ed people were here to tell people to steer some people into elevator repair, because there's a tremendous shortage in that. It pains us to say this because we still sort of can't believe it, but there are supply chain issues still in that. We're still waiting on certain parts. But so it's a confluence of events that has sort of led us to this. And we received a couple weeks ago, like Jim said, the elevator report from the consultant. It was a 22-page report on our elevators, our travelators. And I was surprised in the first paragraph. It says our elevators and our stuff, our ways we travel around here, are generally well maintained. That's a direct quote. Because when we get in it and we get stuck, we're frustrated by it, understandably, but it's not that we've been neglecting this. The report over and over says that they're, I believe one service elevator said is not as well maintained as everything else here, but it's not like we're skimping on it. We are nearing end of useful life, but it's not even tomorrow. They gave a timetable for every major component of these escalators, travelators, and it was 0 to 5 years. It's like, you should start now, but nothing needs to be fully replaced in the next 6 months. There's certain parts that you have to get and you have to modernize, but the report was not a damning indictment of the state of the elevators, which was surprising to me, frankly, right? Because when people get trapped, it's scary. But I'm just sort of putting it out there for your edification.
No, I appreciate that clarification and, you know, it depends on who's generating that report. But I also, you raise an important question as the good chairwoman, Senator Moore mentioned, Otis Elevator remains and continues to be a Connecticut-based company. If they did not bid on it, did we make the initiative to communicate that they didn't bid on it? Was it the fact that they refused to do that? I mean, that's another, look, that's water under the bridge. All right. I think the sense of urgency is now that the elevators are not in good working condition. People are concerned about being stuck. People aren't able to move about in the people's building. Our seniors and disabled are not able to get access to locations in this building. That should be our utmost priority. And I appreciate the talented people you have here. Seems like a ball got dropped. We can pick it up again, and let's hopefully we can get that done. And you will have the support of me in regards to the bonding allocation that you need to keep this beautiful building, this essential part of democracy in our state, fully operational and accessible to all individuals. It really is not working right now. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Jim, thank you and your team for being here. We appreciate that the work that you do. Thousands of commuters drive by this Golden Dome every day, and they know that there's good people in here working on their behalf. And so we thank you all for doing that very much. And certainly, you know, the elevators is a very difficult issue. We know that the industry has some challenges there, and that you all are working through that. And I get that you understand the urgency of this committee, and certainly thank you for doing all that you can. And we know that we have nowhere to go but up from here. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And to the committee, we certainly echo your thoughts. And I don't think there's anybody in this building more concerned than the four people sitting here about these elevators. We do hear about them every day. We take them every day. We have the same problems that everybody else has. And it's a real concern for us. And we will promise you, we do our best to get these things moving as quickly as we can.
Thanks, Jim.
So thank you.
I apologize. Our co-chair has one quick question.
Okay.
I didn't see the $8 million that you mentioned for the elevators in your bonding. Is it in here? Or did you not mention 8 million?
Yes, I did. Yeah, in our written testimony, there is, right? There is the $8 million, yes. And it breaks down exactly where it's going with each unit: elevators, escalators, travelator, and the concourse.
And it's within your bonding request?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Jim, thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we will break for a short recess and reconvene at 1 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we will call the bonding subcommittee hearing meeting to order. Up next, we have the Office of Early Childhood. Commissioner Beth Bai is with us, and Commissioner, feel free to come on up and take a few minutes and go right into your presentation.
Good afternoon. Senator Moore, Representative Napoli, Senator Huang, Representative Piscopo, and distinguished members of the General Obligation Bonding Subcommittee. My name is Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood, and I'm here today to testify on 2 bonding authorizations intended for child care facility improvements. I think you're all well aware of the research that shows that the early years of a child's life make a difference for future education and basically health and life success. A key part of our work at OEC is supporting providers, teachers, and other professionals who've dedicated their careers to caring for and educating children. Governor Lamont established a Blue Ribbon panel on childcare 11 months ago. That panel was charged with developing a 5-year plan to build an equitable, high quality, and sustainable early childhood system. The plan was informed by thousands of providers, parents, businesses, and interested residents, and evolved significantly over the period of time. There is an unallocated $10 million and an authorized $5 million in bond funds for the purpose of constructing, improving, and equipping childcare centers, including but not limited to payment of associated costs for architectural, engineering, or demolition services for infant and toddler programs. There's also an unallocated $45 million in Smart Start bond funds. The Lamont administration is committed to maintaining this combined $60 million in bond funds to meet the capital needs of early childhood providers. We have some recent experience with early childhood providers and requests for bond funds. Working with the legislature, Governor Lamont authorized $15 million in American Rescue Plan funds for childcare facilities, and that's taking place now, the release of those funds. When we put those applications out, there were 730 early childhood programs that applied, and they applied for a total of almost 74 million for facility improvements and renovations. So we had 15 million to go out. There were 74 million applied for. We will be able to fund 125 of those 730 projects, totaling a little over $13 million. This response to our recent request for proposals to fund enhanced facilities, so to either expand or to shift to infant toddler care, which is a huge shortage in our state, really shows that need. Of the 730 applicants, 48% reported an infant toddler wait list. They cannot serve all the folks, and they want to expand to do that. And 88% of the programs reported that they serve families who receive child care subsidy. And 74% of the applicants were in high social vulnerability index towns. Those are communities that have a lot of families with different kinds of need, housing needs, low income, that have dense housing and other challenges. So the demand was both high, but it also was very high in high need communities where we know there's a shortage of childcare and where we know bond funds will help improve the quality and improve access for families. So that ends my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And again, thank you for being here today.
Sure.
My question is about a program that's very near and dear to your heart, and that is the Smart Start program.
Yeah.
And so can you talk a little bit about what impediments have led to the low demand for that program?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think you have to think of the program in 2 parts. So there's an operational part of Smart Start, and then there was bonding funding affiliated with Smart Start. And in fact, I was in the Senate, and this was an initiative that I worked on with Senator Williams closely. And so what the program did is it took money from the Tobacco Settlement Fund to expand preschool access. So there's then a number of years ago, probably 6 or 8 years ago, it was considered part of the state's early childhood system and moved into the regular budget, just into the budget that the governor put forward. So there are $3.5 million in OEC's budget to fund Smart Start. And those spaces are full, and there are tons of districts that say we'd love more, but that's what we have. So it's fully utilized. And then using ARPA funds, we added, I think it was another 5 community-based public schools asked to participate. So we were able to add $1.2 million from ARPA to expand Smart Start. And the governor in his budget is asking to annualize that. So the Smart Start budget would increase by that. I think it's 1.2 million. I don't have my appropriations binder with me, but I'm pretty sure I'm close. Now, the way we set it up was we thought you can only expand preschool if you expand facilities. So Senator Williams and I set it up so that funds would go every year into a facility fund for programs to update their facilities as the program expanded. As the program didn't expand, either through the Tobacco Settlement Fund or through the general budget, those funds sort of got stranded and could only be used for Smart Start expansion, and the budget didn't expand them. So a couple years ago, we asked to shift that to allow those funds to be used for any childcare program renovation, which is how the language reads now. And Maggie, I'm looking at Maggie Adair, if I would call her up if I did not have that correct. So basically now the funds are stranded, but we're saying they're authorized. Now they've been approved to be used for any childcare expansion. And so they're sitting there waiting, authorized by the legislature, initially a Smart Start, later fixed to be any childcare center. And they're sitting there waiting to go on the bond agenda basically as tranches roll out. I'm sorry, it is complicated.
No, thank you for that. And the background information is really helpful to us. And so just a follow-up question is there anything else that the bonding subcommittee can do to help with the program?
Smart Start?
Yes.
I think the barrier to Smart Start is really just, and that's why, and if you look at the Blue Ribbon Panel plan, it calls for it to be expanded over the next 5 years. It's just in the operating budget of the state. The good thing about Smart Start that I didn't say, that's different than school readiness or child daycare or what we're asking to be now Early Start Connecticut, is the state pays about $10,500 per child for a state-funded preschool space, if we just talk about preschools, because Smart Start's preschool. But with Smart Start, we pay $5,000 per child because it's a partnership with the community. So the community that participates agrees, we'll take the $5,000 a child to help us expand our own preschool. So it's a real partnership where the state pays half, the towns pay half, and are able to expand public preschool.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I'll turn it over to our co-chair, Senator Moore, for a few questions.
Hi,
Hi, Senator.
Commissioner. Good to see you all here.
You too.
And with your staff. You know, you have a special place in my heart.
Same.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the construction and improvement of facilities for childcare, because I know there is a shortage. How do you look at this geographically in your RFQ? Are you making sure that all towns that have high need are prioritized?
Yes, and it can be confusing where the childcare deserts are, because you think of childcare deserts as just being in Eastern Connecticut. But some of our largest cities have real childcare deserts as well. So what we've done with the infant toddler spaces, because the state-funded spaces also need space, is we've combined 2 variables. One is social vulnerability index, that is high need community. And there's a score that goes from 0 to 1.0. And we generally are helping programs at the higher end where there's a high need. And then we combine that with a score that we call a desert score. So we've scored each part of each community in the state with its childcare availability. That is the higher the desert score and the higher the high need community score, the more likely a program is to get funded. So we combine both childcare desert and high need when we're looking at assigning funding.
So would this be new centers and existing or combination? How would that be work?
Well, these funds haven't been, authorized yet, or they haven't been approved on the bond agenda yet. But it would likely be a combination. There are some parts of the state that just don't have enough facilities, period. But a lot of what's happening is as more public schools do preschool, programs can simply revamp space to serve infants and toddlers that was serving preschoolers. So we think there's a lot of space that can be taken advantage of to shift to more infant toddler spaces to meet families' demands.
So do you think it would be new opportunities to create new facilities or upgrading older ones?
Some of it would depend on how much money was put on the bond agenda. If it was a significant amount, I think it would be both. And we'd have to think really hard about where the new facilities go. Because again, we don't want to build new facilities in a place that may have facilities that could simply be rehabbed. But there are parts of the state that are really short of facilities, period, where we'd be much more likely to build new facilities or fund projects because programs will apply for new facilities. Most of the funds that are being assigned now are for renovation and expansion through converting classrooms.
And so previously you had money for ARPA dollars.
Yeah.
To do some of this. Have you done some of that work already, or is that,
The-
are you waiting to do that work?
No, the RFP went out and we're working with Local Initiative Support Corporation that does some of this work around the country. And so all the centers that are going to be funded have received their notification and are working with LISC to get their finance, they have to submit financials and make sure they're a stable organization, and then they'll get the funds to do their renovation. So those are in process. Some of them may already have their funds if they've complied. On the family child care, those are in review process for the family child care homes. About 10 million went to centers, and there's a little under 3 million going to family child care homes. So the family child care home ones haven't been awarded yet, but they've applied and they're in review. The centers have applied, been reviewed, they've been awarded, and now they just have to meet the terms of that grant.
So is this a matching fund program, or are they awarded the grant with not being able to meet a match?
There's no match required. If we find that there's I'm sure that's a question in the RFP, if someone else is helping. It is hard to build a new center just based on, the funding that we're talking about here, because, I know of multiple programs that would need 5 to 10 million to build a brand new program. So it just depends.
And when you say 5 to 10 million for a new program, it's like a whole new facility.
Brand new
You're
facility
you're
in an area where there's a, significant
a
shortage.
greater need.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. I look forward to hearing more. I know we have a great facility and a great organization. The Alliance in Bridgeport, very
Oh, my
proud of the
goodness.
work, and I hope that we can continue and that they can be looked at as almost as a model for other places around the state, because they do a really great job. And I want to thank you and your staff for the work that you're doing.
Well, Senator Moore, I just have to, if there's a chance, to tell you that I attended the graduation of the Alliance's Workforce Development Program. 16 new early childhood professionals, every age, from Bridgeport, who were already working in programs, who many of them wanted to be teachers their whole lives and have found a pathway in through early childhood. But the work that they did with those students was just so respectful, and they really do they just do such a wonderful job there with that. So I wanted to tell you, I just been there, and those are some lucky kids and families that get to go there.
You're absolutely right, because you can build all the facilities you want.
Exactly.
If you don't have the staff and the people who have the heart for it, You're just building another building.
Yeah,
Mm.
and they're getting recognized by the National Head Start Association for their work on housing and workforce and Head Start. So they're recognized, getting recognized nationally this year.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mhm.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Moore just made me think of this.
Sure.
And I apologize. Just one quick question. So earlier this morning, we had CSCU in here.
Mhm.
And have you thought about reaching out to them to coordinate a pilot program at one of their universities?
It's a really great question. There are a couple things in the hopper there. I believe last year there was $10 million approved to help higher education institutions build childcare on site. And so I think that's in process. That's not with us. I think that's with CSCU. We assigned $9 million to CSCU in ARPA funds to both help develop coursework, but also we are operationally supporting their lab schools, which are campus-based programs that are both teaching teachers, but also providing childcare, both to expand their hours to help families more. And frankly, you know, with the cuts going on in higher ed, there was concern on my part that the lab schools might get cut. So we provided funding to show that these are really important and we need these to continue. They could, I think it's a really good idea if these funds pass that we could expand more on campuses. They do have some model programs on our campuses, and there is some extra space on the campuses if they wanted to expand. So we'll take that back and think about, as we look at bond authorizations and applying them, what the role of higher ed is.
Great. Thank you for your response. Ranking Member Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner Bai, and thank you
Thank you,
for
Senator.
your work and being a true passionate advocate and leading that blue ribbon analysis. I read through the report and thank you. And we do indeed have a critical, if not a crisis, in childcare need in this state. I want to talk a little bit more about the Smart Start program. It's a great program. And I'm glad that we transitioned from using the tobacco fund to the general grant and appropriations allocation, because that area also needs tremendous support in the tobacco settlement. But one of the things is we've expanded the eligibility and the use of the SMART program. Would that be correct?
We, not of the program, but of the facility funds, yes, that we've expanded that. And know that the other reason for that, just which, you know, to get into a little bit of the details, is those are all located in public schools. Public schools have other ways to ask for facility funds, whereas childcare programs don't have many places to go for funds for facilities. And since the program was no longer expanding, we didn't need the facility funds.
And that was, you've answered one of my questions, because one of the criteria is non-religious organizations. I had a great opportunity to visit the Catholic Academy of Bridgeport, which had a tremendously inspiring program. And I could see how Smart Start could be a collaborator in that area. But right now it's focused on our public schools.
Yes,
Would that
public
be
schools.
correct?
That's correct.
And I think the key is, do you anticipate, one of the other components is to be able to go into previously used structure.
Exactly.
And we had that conversation as Senator Moore is also the chair in housing. We've had past discussions in relations to being able to allow childcare facilities in different areas within our community. Is that where this grant would be able to help facilitate those kind of initiatives?
Yes, Senator Wong. I think we're thinking some along the same lines, and probably Senator Moore would agree that there are some new housing developments coming in Connecticut. And one of the unaffordable housing program came to see us to say, are there any childcare funds? Because we'd be happy to build a childcare center as part of this development. And we think it would help our families who are living here to have a childcare on site. And there's been trouble filling the retail space in some of these affordable housing. You know, there's always a plan, we'll put retail on the first floor and then housing above. And childcare could really work in some of those spaces that are built out for retail and haven't been filled. for affordable housing. But certainly if someone came to us and said, we're building an affordable housing and we want childcare funds, these funds would be allowable to apply for that we're talking about today.
That's encouraging to hear. And it's not just for one segment of the population. A childcare facility could accommodate all various needs, childcare needs. So that's interesting. So thank you for that clarification. Again, I want to close by thanking you
Thank
for all
you.
your hard work on behalf of children and their care.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Ranking Member Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're out of time, so I'll be quick. I want to just say hello to my senator from Burlington. We worked very well together.
Yes, we did.
Well, can you just for clarification, really quickly, the House Chair had a question on operating costs versus capital costs in your Smart Start program. I'm always really leery about bonding for operating costs,
Yes.
ongoing expenses. So can you ease my concern?
It's a really good concern. I used to have the same problem when I was on approps. The operating dollars are in the operating budget for the state. The capital dollars are just for facilities, one-time expenses, and that's how this is designed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Baumgartner for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Commissioner.
You
and
too, Representative.
your great team. Always a pleasure to have you before us, in quite frankly, any capacity. But excited to see the ongoing work you're doing to highlight the importance of early childhood education and care in our state, especially with some welcoming news from a lot of our big employers in the state, especially in our corner of the state, Electric Boat, where the next year they'll be hiring 5,200 individuals. This is also happening at a time when you and your office has kind of coined the term a desert, so to speak, early childhood desert in our area, which is of great concern considering the need that needs to be met so that folks can go to work without worrying about the welfare of their child. So my question to you is, as we're thinking about these capital projects with respect to our kiddos, is it important to distinguish the difference between pre-K education and childcare in that context?
That's a great question. We call it all early childhood education. High quality childcare and preschool, whether it's private or public, are all high quality early childhood education. They all provide care for children that allow parents to work. So whether it's a public preschool or a childcare center, it's giving the parents that place where they think their child is safe, and that we work to reassure them through our regulatory system of schools and childcare centers. They're all providing education. Children are learning wherever they are. And, Connecticut has the most nationally accredited early childhood centers in the country, and we're working to expand that significantly. So I do think sometimes there's a misnomer, and during the pandemic, there were some things, well, school isn't childcare. Well, in fact, school is childcare. And all of us who are parents here remember the day our kid went to kindergarten. It was like, oh, I don't have to pay for childcare anymore. So it is providing care, and it's hopefully all high quality. We're really working to make that true. And, your part of the state has unique challenges. I want to give a shout out to the New London School District and School Readiness Council that have been working to expand access there. Still more work to do, and they need some help from us at OEC and the state of Connecticut. But there are particularly unique challenges in Eastern Connecticut. If you look at the data, however difficult it is other places, it's about twice as bad in Eastern Connecticut when it comes to childcare deserts. And so if these funds, make their way through the bond committee, there will definitely be some attention paid to that area that certainly has the biggest challenges.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we're certainly grateful to SIP for their awarding of $2 million funding, pre-development funding for.
I heard about that, yeah.
Thames
That's
Valley
good.
TPCCA Early
Yep.
Childhood Center, and look forward to many more investments all over the state, but in particular our area. And thank you again for your
That's your
partnership.
job. Yeah, thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. And Commissioner, again, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for being here. Our governor and our legislative leaders are really committed to improving childcare infrastructure. We know that with your leadership and your team in the next couple of years, we'll have great successes there. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Representative. We'll do it together. Right. Bye-bye.
Okay, next we have the Department of Housing is with us. Commissioner, if you and your team want to come up and get settled and then begin your presentation, that will be great. Nice seeing you all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Napoli, Senator Juan. Very nice to see you. Representative Episcopal and distinguished members of the bonding subcommittee. Thank you for having this opportunity to testify in support of the governor's budget. We received a number of questions on the bonding for Department of Housing, and we submitted those written responses. So we're here to answer any questions you may have. And with me is also Michael Santoro, who will help me if I need some assistance.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. I'll just dive in if that's okay.
Yes.
And so my first question is, last year, a bipartisan bill 5001, which was really important to all four caucuses, had in that bill resources for supportive housing. And is there anything that you can tell us on what your agency can do to support supportive housing in the future?
Michael, you have 5001.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Representative, and as distinguished members of the bonding subcommittee. The department takes supportive housing very seriously. We include supportive housing components in every affordable housing project that we can. We encourage developers who work with us and with our sister agency, the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, to include supportive housing in almost every project. We continue to work with CHFA on their supportive housing guides, a formal document adopted in coordination with the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program that sets out rules for standards associated with supportive housing. And we monitor those permanent supportive housing projects on a regular basis through and with CHFA.
Thank you, and thank you for your agency, for your commitment to see that important work through. That's really important. And so two of your major programs in housing, one is the Flex Housing Program, and the other one is the Housing Trust Fund. What can we do there? Is there anything that we as a subcommittee can do in both those programs to help you improve housing stock in Connecticut?
Keep those resources there for us right now. We are being very, very productive, working with our partners, the nonprofit, the for-profits, being a little bit of, having the flexibility to utilize some of those resources for pre-development so that we can start projects, but also the financing of those projects that we have right now in the pipeline. We have a little over 5,000 units on the construction, preservation, and new production.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And my last question before I turn it over to our members is a very popular program in our state, the Time to Own program. How does that compare to other down payment assistance programs throughout Connecticut?
Sure. So the TTO program is a forgivable loan, 10 years. We will forgive a 10th every year. So how it's different is because at the end of the 10 years, that becomes equity into the household that have acquired the house. The residents that can receive TTO down payment assistance and closing costs up to $50,000. Usually down payment assistance are between $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000. Depends on a region or the area if the homes are more expensive, so they can access up to $50,000. The difference is that it's forgiven, and also that will allow that family to build equity. That usually is not the case because down payment assistance, they have to pay along with the mortgage.
Great, thank you for that. And that's a very important program that's really helping out lots of middle-class families across Connecticut. So thanks for your commitment there.
Thank you.
at
We
this
have
point-
3,500 families that
That's
have been
awesome.
able to buy homes in the last 2 years.
That's great. That's awesome. At this point, I'll turn it over to our bonding co-chair and the housing chair, Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. Seem to be spending a lot of time with you all lately. Seems like we've not been separated at all. I have just questions over your so much unallocated funding on so many different programs. So I'll begin with the Energy Conservation Loan Program.
I'm gonna have Michael to answer that.
You got 750,000, which is, considering some of the other amounts, is quite small. Why is there such a balance?
Certainly, again, thank you, Commissioner, and a pleasure to see you again, Senator Moore. This $750,000 has been around for a while. It's essentially kept as a backstop should the fund ever approach a lack of liquidity. The ECL, the Energy Conservation Loan Program, is a revolving loan program that we administer through Capital for Change. They make regular loans out of the ECL fund. Those funds get paid back to the Energy Conservation Loan Fund that is under their administration. Basically, these funds are just held in reserve in case that fund ever gets to the point where we need to recapitalize before we could get a new allocation from the legislature. It basically is, as our response stated, it is just a backstop. It's there just in case.
And who could, for specifically about the energy conservation, who could apply for that fund?
Any homeowner in the state of Connecticut, any landlord who has, I believe it's more than 4 rental units and need energy upgrades. The loan terms are contingent upon the income of that household or who that landlord is renting to. And it's on a varying scale.
And it's a loan, not a grant.
It is a loan, not a grant. Yes, Senator.
And then the other that I know, the Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program has 5 million sitting in it. It's on page 4 of your responses.
Thank you. Do you have it, Mike?
Yes, Commissioner. These were supplemented by the HAF. Treasury funds through CHFA.
And CHFA have not requested those funds.
Right. Do you know, I mean, with so many people experiencing problems, how could this much money be sitting in a fund and not being used? And I'm looking at it, says the last time it was used was pre-2019.
Your mic is off.
I turn it off. Very complicated. The way that was explained to me is that there are some changes that needed to be in order to be able to be utilized. Also, we did receive about $100 million from Treasury for foreclosure prevention. So we were using those resources. Those resources are depleted as of last month. So now we're looking at probably additional resources to be able to respond to any emergency on a homeowner.
Okay. So that money that you received from the federal government or the Treasury, when did that? When did you receive that funding?
last year. And we finished, we actually depleted the resources couple months ago. The families that were assisted received up to $50,000 for assistance on their mortgage payments. And those individuals that suffer from any hardship through the COVID. So we're utilizing those resources first.
I'm going to ask some more questions because this is important to
Yeah,
me about
sure.
this emergency fund to have $5 million. So according to your response, it was pre-2019 that you used any of the funds. So from 2019 pre to 2022, that's 3 years of the funds not being used.
2019, we had a pandemic for 2 years. We weren't doing anything, and then we received the money from the treasury. I know it looks like it's 3 years, but in the pandemic time, we did not do any foreclosure prevention.
So who's eligible for this emergency mortgage assistance?
Any eligible mortgage holder in the state of Connecticut. There are, I believe it serves up to 150% of area median income households. And to supplement on what the commissioner was saying, the reason we haven't asked for funds in this program prior to 2019 is the fund at again, this is administered by CHFA, our sister agency. They had a balance of about $15 million from which they were making loans when the pandemic hit. We modified the program to make it accessible to homeowners. And as soon as we did, Treasury came down and gave us, as the commissioner indicated, $100 million. So obviously we weren't going to spend the state's dollars when we had access to the federal dollars. As the commissioner indicated a couple of months back, we used up all the federal Treasury dollars we had access to, and CHFA is once again accessing the EMAP fund that they have. These funds are available to recapitalize that when those $15 million get expended. We expect that over the next 12 to 36 months, depending on what happens with the housing market and what they actually get in terms of repayments. So again, these funds are really intended as a backstop to make sure that EMAP continues. But as of today, they don't need the money because they do currently have some balance available solely as a result of that $100 million that we were able to get from Treasury.
So this is for just in case?
This is again for just in case that fund gets fully depleted. But again, based on current activity, that could happen anytime between the next 12 to 36 months.
Okay, and then my final question is, this is a low interest fixed rate loan, not a grant,
Correct,
right?
Senator.
And that loan is based, the rate is based on what?
If I may?
Do you know?
Thank you, Commissioner. The current loan rate under EMAP, prior to COVID was around 1.5%. Again, because we had access to the HAF funds through Treasury, that fund basically sat and accumulated. I think CHFA intends to put those funds out or is currently putting them out somewhere in the 2% range. Basically what that means is homeowners can come get their current mortgage paid off, as well as any unpaid property taxes, which is really what we're seeing as a big problem associated with what happened during COVID. People were able to either keep up on their mortgage and let their taxes slide, or were able to pay their taxes, but then let their mortgage slide. EMAP basically takes those two balances, rolls them into one, pays them off, and allows the homeowner to pay that back over time. It basically gives homeowners a chance to catch up.
It's not refinancing the whole mortgage.
No, no, no,
Okay.
it's only dealing with the unpaid portion of the individual homeowner's mortgage that is unpaid, as well as any unpaid property tax.
All right. Thank you. I see that in many instances that you've got these balances, but I think your answer is going to be just in case.
Senator, some of them are. just in case.
I appreciate your honesty with me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. Great to see you always. Two quick areas of question. I think the first one is understanding what is the status of the Workforce Council recommendations? I believe it was healthcare, workforce housing. There hasn't been any implementation of that program. I read in your report, you're looking at, what was it? 12 to 36 months to implementation. Can you give me an update of what has been done? 12 to 36 rather, but can you talk and update us of what work has been done in regards to healthcare workforce housing? Any funds allocated?
Sure, and thank you for that question, Senator. We have been working with the Connecticut Hospital Association for a little while. We have been also working with a couple hospitals where we are looking to see if one of them has some land that they are considering to assist in the development of more affordable housing for their employers, but takes time. Conversations and then making sure that we get a developer and that the hospitals or the healthcare provider benefits for their employees takes a little time. What I can tell you is that we have been doing is partner with some developers that have acquired specifically a nursing home, and that is going to be converted into housing. I know it's not the same, but is moving into utilizing some of those buildings. This is specifically one is in Wallingford, where a nonprofit is actually building senior housing in one of these spaces. We will continue with the plans that we have with a couple of the hospital that we have been talking about, and see if we have another project in New Haven where we are trying to get in partner with the hospital, but hospital has been pretty busy too. So it's going to take us a little more time.
Well, I appreciate that. And we just want to be able to manage the timetable. The fund's been allocated, and there is obviously an incredible urgency in regards to workforce housing. And I thought this was an innovative initiative to undertake, but it has indeed taken quite a bit of time for that to come into fruition. Have you, in these projects and the undertaking, engaged with local municipal leaders in that arena?
Yeah.
Or is it purely a private sector discussion?
We work with a lot of other municipalities, but I can tell you on the workforce housing, not related to healthcare, we have made some strikes. As you remember, the governor in the budget is $200 million for middle income workforce housing. We put that to the street, and actually we have closed in a couple of projects, one in Bridgeport and another one in Rocky Hill, where actually the private developers, the intention of this program was to incentivize private developers to work in the space and give us some affordable housing in those developments. So these two developments, market rates, are actually under construction. They broke ground in Rocky Hill. They are converting office space. They all Ames store. So now they're going to become apartments. So it's significant making these units to come online sooner rather than later.
That's encouraging to hear. And if you wouldn't mind, through your office to the chairs, if you could share with us the success of those projects on a workforce housing. Obviously, there's the time lag with healthcare, but we'll be very interested in that. The other question I had is in the Homeless Prevention and Response Fund, there's allocated money, but in reading your presentation and report, you do not think you need this unallocated balance. And in your writing here, I'm quoting, this program has been identified as being ineffective, as detailed in the statute, and these funds should be reallocated, or you should make these funds more effective. Can you articulate that a little bit more? That's a good chunk of money there.
Yes, I will start in Michael, because this was designed before I came on board. Very complicated, very prescriptive. The idea, and Michael will correct me if I'm wrong, is to bring owners of properties that they could utilize these resources and then charge nothing to a homeless person. Well, it doesn't work that way. I mean, not many owners of homes wants to utilize some resources, fix it, and not being able to collect rents. And then there are other issues which allow, I want to ask Michael to add to it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And really, there's not a lot more to add beyond what the Commissioner said. When the program was first rolled out in statute, we attempted to implement it. There was very little, and that's being kind, interest in the program on the landlord side of the aisle. As the Commissioner indicated, it would require a landlord to take these funds, rehabilitate the property, and then rent it to a homeless family at no cost for an fairly extended period of time. The landlords saw the rehab money they were putting in then simply result in wear and tear by the homeless family occupying the unit. Any renter is going to produce wear and tear on a rental unit. The landlord wasn't even allowed to collect what would be sufficient to cover normal wear and tear. So they rehab, move a family in, eventually the family would move out and they'd need to rehab the unit again. So there's really seen as no benefit to the landlord. We've made some suggestions and there's really not a lot of interest in the program as it is laid out in the statute. And we think there are better ways to use these resources, in particular, help us to build and rehabilitate more units under our conventional programs. It's more effective, it's more direct, and there appears to be more interest.
I appreciate hearing that from the commissioner and from yourself, sir, because I believe I was familiar with that discussion of the statute. And I think one of the challenges we have is great ideas in a marketplace, in a model of how we operate in this General Assembly, when put into the real life circumstances, don't work. And it was really enlightening to read this, and I was piqued by that statement by the commissioner. And these programs, however well-intentioned, and it had a very noble goal in addressing the issue of homelessness and being able to provide. But I think the best policies and what you saw in this program, as I understand it, is it didn't work in real life. And the execution was not participating. So I think it's a valuable lesson for us as we implement further policy in addressing the critical issue of homelessness and housing, to really input your experience to make sure that when we pass our policy, that it is actually implementable and it's sustainable. And I appreciate your expertise in being able to say that this was a program, however well-intentioned, did not work and the fund should be reallocated. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It should be reallocated to my other pool of money.
Thank you, Senator. Just a reminder that we are getting close to our deadline. So if we can keep our questions to one question, that would be great. If you have additional information that you want from the commissioner, please let me know. We can certainly get a written correspondence. Senator Moore.
I know you were joking, but I'm not joking. Where would you rather have this money? Make believe he's not in the room. I knew he was. Where would this money be better used? Because I have a follow-up on it also. All right, I won't do it, but I want to thank
in the flex trust fund. I mean, yes, those are very, very flexible funds, and we can create a lot of housing in all type of different housing, including some of the emergency housing for the homeless, which we have been working with a couple of nonprofits and transformed a hotel into a emergency housing with services, mental health, and some substance abuse services.
I want to thank Senator Juan for his comments, because we create stuff. I think we have good intentions. I'm guilty. Good intentions, but we don't have enough information. when we move some of these things, we're moving, I think, sometime on emotion. And it just doesn't work. But for $10 million to be sitting in a program that we created, I think we have egg on our face. But we can't just continue on that road. The other, I would then go down to the housing receivership fund. That's brand new. How's that working for you?
No, not well, but because it's not because we don't want to, but I'm gonna let Michael because Michael really like this program.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, thank you, Senator, for the question. This program actually requires municipal action in order to be effective. The state of Connecticut doesn't have the power of receivership, and this program envisions a municipality bringing housing code action and receivership action against the property owner of a multifamily housing property. If a municipality brings that action, gets a court order to move the project into receivership, the municipality can then access these funds to rehabilitate the property. We have not yet seen any municipality take even the first step towards bringing such an action against a multifamily housing property owner. Should a municipality start the ball going down the road, it's that at that point we would then look at how much money they would need and look at bringing a request to bond commission to put those funds in place to be able to help that municipality. But until a municipality actually takes step one, these funds are going to sit and wait.
Would the municipality become the landlord?
Well, under the receivership law, they would not become the landlord, but they would become, they would have the authority to repair the units. They'd have the ability to take the units from what would be an unsanitary condition to a sanitary, decent, safe, and sanitary. The receivership action by the municipality in conjunction with the judicial branch would decide what would actually happen with the property as a result of that receivership action. That's out of our bailiwick, but we would certainly be able to make the funds available to rehabilitate and make sure that the units were decent, safe, and sanitary.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yakarino for a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief because I walked in late and I apologize, but I was in another meeting. We've spoken many times about homelessness, and for many years, that was something I did just for volunteering with a group of people. And I've been here 14 years in the state. I know we try, but I look at the numbers here and I don't know if we really have a plan. We have a lot of state property that's vacant. I would think down the road, a long-term plan to maybe utilize some of that state property that's owned by the state. Instead of using hotels all the time, it maybe build some rapid rehousing. We did it for homeless veterans about 10, 12 years ago. I think it's more efficient and it's long lasting. Yes, there's some maintenance, but if today's materials will last usually 20, 30 years. Not criticizing, but I think we need to have a better vision because homelessness is here, unfortunately, and it's gotten a little worse over the last couple of years. And I would hope maybe we could get a plan, like a 10-year plan. Like we have lots of land and Middletown, I think we discussed this, Commissioner. I would think we should look at what Utah does and other states do for rapid rehousing and sustainable housing. That's all I have to say. And
I just did that statement. I don't think it was a question, right? The governor did establish the interagency council, and we are meeting, and our goal is that by the end of the summer, we should have a strategic plan, which is a goal to address all the issues, not only on the service piece, but also on the housing piece. So we have service providers in that. We have our sister agencies working with us so that we can look at all our resources that we have so that all together can come up with a plan for the governor.
I appreciate that. And we can work with DAS and utilize the money for a good cause. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative. And so I'll remind members, we are in our lightning round now. So Representative Doucette, you have a question.
Lightning round. I know we're running out of time here. Commissioner, this work is so important. That's why we have so many questions. And it's always a pleasure to see you here. And I find it very interesting. Every time, and I've been on this subcommittee for, I guess, 6 years now. Every time the department comes to us, it's a little bit of a unique situation. We had UConn here this morning. We talked a little about UConn 2000, which is a unique program that they have. You all, I know we have a few unallocated balances that we've touched on here, but you all have really two main buckets, huge buckets, the trust fund and the flex fund. And then we try to do so many things within those funds. And again, there are so many needs, and it's such an important, really vexing question that we have before us right now. And it's in the Housing Committee and it's elsewhere in this building. I don't have to tell you, but with that, a couple of things and issues of a particular concern to me. Last year, we passed a bill to invest more in CHFA's small multifamily housing program. And the intent there was to create new affordable units of housing in the state. And it's a relatively small program, as the name implies, but I think it can be an impactful one. The language of the legislation said that it would be within available resources, I believe, within the Housing Trust Fund. I wonder if you could update me specifically on that, and that being one example, again, of a policy that we pass that we don't necessarily have control over the funding of that program. Of course, we leave it to the experts at CHFA and at your department to determine what the resources that are necessary for that program. But I wonder if you could update me on that program.
So CHFA does have the small multifamily program is managed by C4C, and they do have resources right now because they had in previous allocations, and because it's loans, so they are recuperating some of that is monthly payments. So they continue with the program. They have not asked us for any resources, Michael? No?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so they haven't asked for more resources because they still, I think they have, I can get you the amount of money that they have, but they do have it in the account, but they are using very active on that program.
If you could follow up on that, because there was some discussion last year towards the end of session about a specific request that they said, well, in a perfect world, we would like to have X amount. That never actually made it into the legislation or into a specific authorization. Again, recognizing the unique situation, somewhat unique situation you have with the trust fund and the flex fund, that you have those available resources. So I would like to know that. Quick question, you can follow up. You referenced on the workforce housing piece. I don't know if we called it by name, but I believe it's called the Build for CT program at CHFA, which is the workforce primarily market rate, right? Although I think there may be some affordable in those projects.
Primary engaging the private developer to give us affordable units at a minimum 20%,
right?
Between 60% and 120% of the area median income.
Okay, so I would love to know how much, you said there's 2 projects that are out there right now.
Yep.
How much we anticipate spending on that, because I think that there are a lot of large numbers thrown around that we want to dedicate to workforce housing. So I'd be curious to know how much those first 2 projects have been allocated and what we anticipate maybe over the next fiscal year as that program gets going, spending on Build for CT.
Yeah, we have committed $25 million and we have about 600 units, and out of those, about 200 are affordable.
So the 25 for the 2 projects you mentioned? Yes. Okay. So then I guess the second part of that.
Yeah, and we have a
anticipate.
We have a pipeline, so I can give you a report.
Okay. And then again, I'll just put in a plug, Representative Yacarino mentioned it. It's been mentioned a couple of times. I think we do need a comprehensive plan, and specifically, I think supportive housing is so important to homelessness in sort of the spectrum of housing that we talk about. I've talked to service providers in my community. CHR runs a supportive housing complex that was built with some state funding about 10 years ago now. It's been a real success. Those are real tangible housing units that were built. I think we need to see more of that. I think it's important to the whole system, and again, the spectrum of housing and services. So I just want to put in a plug for that. Again, I think it's something we really need to hone down on. That's my lightning round.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well done, Representative. Commissioner, I see one more question for Representative Mashinsky, who is with us online. Representative Mashinsky?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was in the other Finance Committee public hearing. My town planner in Wallingford is concerned that recent affordable housing units are being located way out on the boundary of our town, out in the rural part of the town, 4 miles or so away from downtown and the public transit system, which is downtown, and the train. And he and I are both wondering how we can incentivize affordable housing units to be sited closer to the transit districts. We have a transit-oriented development district. How can we get them to site down there? Developers appear to be looking for a nice flat parcel with nothing on it, and that's why they go way out to the border of the town. But it's harsh on the people that live there if they need to get downtown for the library or town hall or buy groceries. They're way out in the sticks. So, is there a way we can incentivize affordable housing units so that they end up closer to services?
Sure, and we can have a conversation. I don't think that I mean, it will take a long time to give you some feedback on that. I do have to tell you that we hired our first planner in the department. So if I can follow up with you, I can have my planner and Michael and myself, we can make ourselves available to talk to the town.
Okay, we could connect our two planners and see what we come up with.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Commissioner, I don't see any other questions online or in the room, so I certainly thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you and your agency are doing. You have a very tough task with increasing housing stock in Connecticut, and you're doing a good job with it. So thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, as the Department of Housing is leaving the room, the Office of Policy and Management is with us. And Mr. Secretary, if you want to just take a minute and get settled and then perhaps begin a short presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Senator Moore, Representative Napoli, Representative Piscopo, Senator Huang, members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity. I've got several members of my staff with me today. I have Undersecretary Martin Heft, Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division. Brian Tessaneri is the keeper of our capital budget background, and Claudia Gualtieri is Senior Advisor on Health and Human Services. So as you know, the governor's proposed revisions to the FY25 GO bond authorizations of about $131 million. This is in addition to the underlying bond act, which has $2.45 billion in authorizations previously authorized by the General Assembly. And that would bring, if you accept the governor's recommendations, the total GO recommendation for FY25 up to $2.58 billion. This capital budget revision does not include any cancellations of existing authorizations. The governor is also recommending $101.5 million in new STO obligations to add to $1.53 billion of previously authorized special tax obligations in the transportation side to keep our transportation infrastructure in a state of good repair. OPM's capital budget revision includes only one change to our our enacted biennial capital budget, an increase to the IT capital improvement program by $15 million for FY25. Due to a variety of timing concerns, there are certain IT projects that are funded through ARPA funds that we're going to shift back to bonding. Those ARPA funds then were made available in recommendations we made to you on the operating side as able to be reallocated for something else. So this increase for the IT capital will ensure that there are sufficient resources available to cover the cash flow needs of that program without causing delays or other disruptions to vital IT improvements across the state. That's within our agencies. On page 2 of my testimony, you see a chart there. This is showing you in the last column there's the one new item we're proposing, the IT capital investment of $15 million. The others are authorizations already enacted for FY25 that are within the Office of Policy Management. And we have an unallocated existing balance prior to 25 showing there in the first column for your information. We also provided attachment A, which gave you a brief overview of each of those programs listed on that chart, as well as an attachment B, which gave you detail about the body camera recipients. That's the body cameras worn by law enforcement and the known agencies or towns that got to date disbursements from that bond account. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Great. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you for the overview. Secretary, a question I have are around the LoCIP funds. And so, as you can remember from last year, it was really important to this subcommittee that we increase those LoCIP dollars so more revenue for capital can get into our cities and towns. And so, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, we have approved, I think, an increase there. Those are formula-based entitlement funds. To date, that used to be an authorization and reimbursement process, and we're moving to a direct grant process. I guess towns have a budget, an amount for each town that's there, and we will be as we roll that out. I think in June those go out, or July. Mark Heft is our IGP.
So yes, so those funds will go out in May.
May.
This year, the 45 million will go out as what we're calling a LoCIP grant program versus the previous LoCIP entitlement program. Formula and the calculations are all based the same for both programs, same uses. But under the new public act that was passed last year with this 45 million, it's a direct payment out. So the municipalities don't have to do an authorization form reimbursement, and there'll be an annual reporting in September.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. And so, Secretary, the information technology program, obviously the 15 million bump from the governor's proposed budget. Can you talk a little bit about exactly what those dollars are going to be used for and how they will benefit the residents of Connecticut?
That 15 million, I think, is for the electronic health records in Demas. Previously, we were going to use ARPA funds for that, but we have reallocated those in the proposed operating budget. So we'll now be using bond funds. Demas has a considerable need to upgrade their electronic health record system. I did tour last year the Whiting facility in Middletown. They're still using paper records. It's pretty cumbersome. They really need to come into the 21st century. So we'd like to make that available to them.
Great. Thank you for that. Our co-chair, Senator Moore, has a few questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And hello to your staff. I wanted to ask you about the next round of STEEP applications. When can that be expected? And the per town annual maximum, has it been adjusted to address inflation?
We did propose in the budget that we submitted this year to increase that maximum from 500,000 to $1 million per grant. And if you approve that, the next grant round will take that into account. So towns will be able to get up to $1 million. We also increased the amount by, I think is it 45 million now? It's still at 35, excuse me. I was confusing that with LoCIP, I think. So yes, we will increase that. If you agree and you pass the increase, then towns will be eligible for up to $1 million for STEEP grant. It'll be obviously effective July 1st. So thereafter, we're planning to do a round later in the year, later in fiscal year 25.
So I have a bigger question about bonding in general. We've had several of our agendas canceled and not held many meetings. What is the big picture for bonding this year, so we can have an idea? I mean, we all have constituents who are asking when are their bonding requests going to be considered, and not able to reply to them because we'll say it's going to be in April and then one doesn't take place in April. Can we get an idea of what the goal of the bonding is for the rest of the year and what we might be able to see this year?
Sure. So the way it works typically is state agencies send through OPM their requests for what they need, and we compile those and pull those together and assess, the rate at which we need to put those out. What do they have on the books? What have they not spent? That's part of it. There are other requests that come to us that are more in the nature of Urban Act or requests from the legislature that get processed. We sit with the Office of the Governor and his staff to talk about those. And the rate at which those come out. Something that we keep in mind at OPM is our debt service, where we are with debt service. I meet with the credit rating agencies twice a year. We'll probably have another round coming up this spring. One of the things they are concerned about and ask us about every year and express concern is our level of indebtedness. We are among the most indebted states in the country. That's even if you include the local, state and local together, we're certainly in the top 10 in the country. It's a concern for them. It's a concern for us. Debt service as a percentage of our budget is pretty high. It's about 12%. Most other states are down around 3 or 4 or less. So we do like to meter it out. We have to be careful about the rate at which we go out to the market and incur more debt. So that's the sort of thing we calibrate. We have an internal, obviously there's statutory bond caps for both authorization and allocation. We're nowhere near those, but we do have an internal sort of soft cap that we keep in mind. Again, trying to keep that debt service line item under control, trying to calibrate the rate at which we're going into the market. So we've been a little more careful in this administration about how often we go out with new. But we are, for this current fiscal year, we are, I think, closing in on 2 billion. We're at 1.4 billion in terms of allocations in the current fiscal year. It's a pretty good amount of money. We'll probably go out at least one more time in this fiscal year. We'll probably get closer to 2 billion, maybe over. So it's a pretty good amount. I don't know if we included this in our data, but we do have a chart. I know we included it earlier when we did the finance presentation. Authorizations that's authorizations, not allocations, but we can get you a chart on allocations and show you we're up over the last couple of years. We're up. We were down a little bit the first part of the Lamont administration. Obviously, the Malloy administration was much higher in the second term in terms of allocations, but we're closing in on 2 billion for the current year. And the reason for our wanting to meter it out carefully is to keep an eye on that debt service line item.
And in the way of approving bond projects, is there some focus on where we would like to be able to go and the type of projects we'd like to bond?
Well, there's a wide variety, as you know, of projects and programs. We recently enacted the Community Investment Fund, which does 175 million a year. We just did our 4th round of CIF, I believe. That the hope there was that might begin to supplant some of the Urban Act requests. I don't know that it has yet in terms of the total volume, but Urban Act is a whole other area where those just come to us more or less organically from the General Assembly. Requests are made, a list gets kept, it gets vetted when we sit with the governor's office periodically to see what are the projects that are ready to go, that are likely to be commenced and finished in a timely way. We want to be sure that that's what's happening. CIF obviously has a variety of criteria about contributing to a neighborhood, contributing to a town. It's got economic development metrics we like to see. Urban Act is a little more open-ended, but we have the same kind of criteria that we impose or that we look for. We want to make sure that taxpayer dollars are going to something that's going to be lasting for the community. That's going to have some kind of impact. We're hoping for economic development impacts or other kinds of impacts. So those are the kind of considerations we do. Obviously, some of these bond funds that you see in the budget are more or less automatic. There's the 91 million in municipal aid that goes out every year, the so-called Son of Tar program. Quite a variety of these are more or less automatic. School construction is a huge part of our allocation every year. That comes to us from DAS, and that's as needed as they need to increase their cash flow to reimburse towns for all of the school construction that goes on. So there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of different programs that command or demand attention from the Bond Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick and welcome, Secretary. Can you talk a little bit more about the body camera program? Why is it under OPM instead of DESP?
That's an excellent question. Brian, why is it under OPM and not DESP? We do have a criminal justice planning and policy division, and they do a great job. They have a staff that administers a variety of grants. This is one of them. I'm not sure DESP has a comparable staff or set of experiences.
Yes, Senator, I think that's the reason. They had grant managers in our office that could manage the funds.
Okay, I just needed point of clarification. But the other part of it, thank you for this report in regards to the allocations. attachment B. One of the things that I've learned is the fact that early adopters of body cameras, some of the programs in 2018, 2017, they've come around for a second round of financing or bonding requests because technology has changed dramatically. Storage capacity is a huge concern. What do you anticipate for many that adopted the program in its initial phase in 2022? Have you any proactive planning to anticipate that they themselves will need additional bonding down the road?
I got it. So there's still some remaining. I believe it's 4 or 5 million remaining. The Criminal Justice Policy and Planning Division is doing outreach to the towns to see who hasn't yet gotten a first round. We'd like to make sure everyone's gotten at least a first round. If there's any left over after that, we will take a look at other requests. But I think the thought was, once we did that initial round, this is now becoming sort of something that is expected now for police departments around the country. And it really is a municipal responsibility to provide that. So we were happy to make that initial resource available, but the towns really ought to be replacing, maintaining those systems as part of their responsibility if they're running a law enforcement agency.
I appreciate that clarification, but I would also speak for many of the municipalities that this was a program initiated. They want to do it, but it seems to be a potentially, using the phrase, unfunded mandate imposed upon them to change with the technology. Perhaps if I could ask to give some consideration for some funding into the future for these technology innovations, you're going to get a lot of requests from municipalities. And as I looked at this chart, many of the municipalities adopted in 2022, 23. I anticipate that they will come back after some experience, just as I did with the town of Easton that adopted it early in 2018. They had to come back for some additional funding to adjust for their unexpected technology innovations. What would you say from a OPM and a budgetary standpoint about a centralized data storage to ease that funding burden on our municipalities? Maybe camera could be part of their input cost, but has the state and the OPM office considered a centralized data processing to alleviate the burden and the lack of expertise in some of our municipalities?
I'm aware of some discussions that have taken place around that. Division of Criminal Justice would be, the prosecutors would, as well as DESPE and the public defenders would have an interest there. It's the kind of thing we would need to discuss with them. There is a central criminal justice information system. It's principally data, but that is a form of data. But whether it could accommodate that or not is probably something we'd have to explore. But we don't have a request for that, but that's something, a conversation we'd be open to. If someone were interested in, we'd have to cost that out and see what the utility would be. We've had trouble getting towns onto the CJIS system as it is, just to exchange arrest information and prosecution information, things of that nature. In fact, that's been a long project, as you probably know, of at least 20 years to get the CJIS system up and running. So to get it to operate with the current data set appropriately and in a comprehensive way has been a challenge to date, but that's another type of data that might be integrated into that at some point in the future.
Indeed, technology and the fast pace of it and data management is going to be even greater challenge with the processing of all the plethora of data that we have. But I wanted to point that out as a point of consideration, just as you presented in your presentation, the additional supplement to the initial bonding proposal was an IT addition of 15 million, I believe. So make no mistake about it, technology innovation and the fast pace of the evolution is critical. And I would ask of the OPM office to take that into consideration because you may be better off on a centralized basis to take care of some of these data processing. Mr. Friedman is an incredibly talented chief information officer. It would take some of that burden and the challenge for our smaller municipalities. Just a thought. And a quick note on that. What would you do in the supplemental funds that may be remaining when CT Next gets folded into the ECD? Will there be supplemental money, and where do you think that may be going?
Well, if there's going to be money there, it needs to be on the operating side, not on the bonding side. As I understand it, what CT Next does is a staffing issue. It's individuals who provide technical assistance and outreach to those businesses. And we prefer to see that on the operating side. I think they have some resources to get them through FY25, and where they land in terms of resources in the next biennium is something we'll have to discuss with DECD.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you, Secretary, for all the work you do. You have a challenging task. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Ranking Member Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary. Thank you, and team. Appreciate you coming. I'll just compliment you on your accessibility. I mean, yeah, you're you're right at the other end of the phone, especially Sue, and you know, whenever we call, I just want to compliment you on your office's accessibility to us.
Thank you.
It's appreciated. Representative Doucette earlier, when a earlier agency came up, mentioned this, and it just kind of piqued my interest in the amount of unallocated in our spreadsheets that we have in front of us. And I know you've done this pretty adeptly at previous bond commission previous bond commissions, but do you see a way of, if you will, cleaning up the this document with use of more unallocated funds to fund agency requests instead of going through a whole brand new request and allocation process? Just the basic question on your philosophy on going after the unallocated.
Well, we don't have
analysis.
general authority to just take something that's unallocated and repurpose it for something else without coming back to you. So we would come back for a language change for a new authorization, and we do. Sometimes we go to the bond commission for that, where it was within the authorization, but the allocation was specifically for something. So we always come back to either the bond commission or the legislature if we want to use something that we haven't used yet. Sometimes we do cancel existing authorizations if we don't think we're ever going to use them. We haven't done that in this adjustment. I don't think we did any in the underlying bond act either. So, but that is a tool. Those are the tools we would use, and we would do that. We're not looking to do that on our own. We'd like to do that with you so that you know what we're doing and you authorize what we do.
Okay. And the colleges came up to us earlier today, and our university and colleges, community colleges, and they have no recommendations from the governor. Is it your intention maybe to use some of the unallocated monies to try and help with the problem dorms and office buildings that are in real disrepair?
Well, for UConn, we did recommend another 90.5 million. And they also have some existing UConn 2000 authority left out there. It's about 151 million remaining on UConn 2000. So over 200 million remains to UConn for various purposes. In the underlying bond act, CSCU has 167 million in the current year. I think we've allocated about 60 of that already. Okay. And another 145.8 million available to them in fiscal 25. So over 300 million available to CSCU in the current biennium for bonding.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. Apologies, my nameplate went upstairs, but thanks for recognizing me to the chair. Two questions for you all. I know one of the unallocated line items is the Responsible Growth Incentive Fund. Can you speak to what the proposed plans are with that, given that we do want to continue a focus on transit-oriented development?
I'm going to refer to Undersecretary Heft on that. I think we have put some transit-oriented development money out. And is there any left in that for TOD? Because I heard your last question to Commissioner Mosquera-Bruno was about TOD in Wallingford, or actually it was Mashinsky's question about Wallingford. There is some TOD money, but you have to find a town and a developer ready, willing, and able to do that. So that's our bigger challenge. I don't think we have a problem with housing money. Generally, she's got 800 million in this biennium to use. So, but specifically to responsible growth.
Sure. So currently, OPM kind of combined the responsible growth and transit-oriented development grants to kind of into one bucket to kind of work through that. But the allocation here of this 2 million is actually specifically under responsible growth. And part of our recommendation is to transfer that to the TOD side. So we can add that to other bond funds that were done in July of 22. We still have a remainder of about $5 million in TOD to do another TOD grant round. And if we add that 2 million, it will give us about 7 million. We did in 22 authorize it's about 6.8 million in TOD projects. So we are looking at doing another TOD round, and the goal would be to move this, 2 million from the responsible growth side over the TOD so we can use it appropriately for those.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And therefore, if you had that amount of funds, do you all have a sense of when you would run a next round of grants potentially?
We'd have to put out a notice to the towns for applications and that sort of thing. Is that change, the 2 million is recommended this year?
No, that hasn't been recommended yet. That would be
Okay.
a future bond commission meeting or,
Right.
For any change, would still have to be approved before we could do another
Move
grant
in that
round.
direction,
Yeah.
right?
I
yeah.
think we're open to a new round. I don't know that we have one planned at the moment, but we're certainly open to that. And it's something the governor
Okay.
cares a lot about, as you probably know.
Yes. And then secondly, with line 17, which is this set of unallocated 75 million for state matching funds. Could you all speak to what this is intended for? I ask because I know particularly when I was here and heard from DEEP, for instance, I know DEEP is one of the agencies that is, has their eyes on IIJA money, and I think there's some funds in bonding, particularly for some of their projects. So I'm kind of curious for this 75 million, what this is intended for, if some of the agencies have the funds that they're using for IIJA.
This was intended, I believe, for DEEP and DPH, who needed for themselves federal matching funds to match both IIJA and I believe Inflation Reduction Act money projects. So we would await those agencies letting us know that they needed something. Then we'd put it on the bond commission and make it available, allocate it. I guess it's still sitting here because we haven't yet gotten that from them. Brian can give more detail on
Yeah,
that.
we're still working with DEEP to identify projects. I think right now there isn't anything, I would say, ready to go, but DEEP is working through their other programs first. I know that they're looking at, ways of accessing this money probably in the next year or so.
And therefore, you're indicating that the 75 million was the amount that seemed to be intended by DEEP and DPH that would be needed?
Yeah, I think originally when we came up with the number, I think about 50 of it was for DEEP, about 10 to 15 was for DPH, and then there was some, remainder just in case.
Okay, that's helpful. I ask especially because I know we've had conversations amongst the legislature on just the immense need, even at the local level, and the regional level with our COGS for matching funds. And that's why I'm so curious kind of how these were being used, because we want to make sure we're going after as much of the federal dollars as possible at every level of our government.
I expect the DEEP and DPH are, and as soon as they call on us for any of this, we'll put it on the bond commission.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the chair.
Great, thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Mr. Secretary. Rep. Piscopo and I are on the same wavelength today. I'm going to follow up on his question and ask it a little differently. We've been through this exercise several times, so I think, and a lot of us here are veterans of this subcommittee. So we look at all these unallocated balances. We come through it every year. Why not do more cancellations?
That's a great point. We probably should.
I mean, if nothing else, I guess it would sort of force the conversation with the agency as to what is the status of this project? Where did this come from? And then be able to refocus some of the priorities in doing that.
Right. Of course, the Bond Act is written by the General Assembly, and so not all that came from us. And so if you start to cancel things that someone put in one time, you'll hear from them. So that's not always.
So that was going to be my next question. So we don't have a statutory expiration on any of those authorizations.
Sadly, no.
Okay. And you don't want to weigh in on that, do you?
No, I take your point. I think that makes great sense. If you want to propose we're proposing a cap on school priority list amounts. We're always in for, and the rating agencies would love anything that has the effect of constraining and limiting and rationalizing this process. So yes.
again, I think, sitting in the nitty gritty of this and looking through and going through with the state colleges, for instance, the long list of unallocated balances and projects and things that they're doing, we could spend a whole day here going through their list, determining whether or not that project is still something that's viable and necessary, and what has been done. Some of it, we're talking about deferred maintenance, and so maybe they've plugged some of those holes. And I mean, I think it would be a good conversation to have. So honestly, something to consider.
Yeah, a sunset perhaps,
Yeah.
another way of putting it.
Or a
that's
trigger
right.
whereby
Yes.
we have the authority to review and perhaps cancel things, on a specific time frame.
I think that's a great idea.
And I have to ask, you mentioned earlier in terms of our allocation limits and caps,
Mhm.
something I think you referred to it as a soft cap.
Mhm.
What is the soft cap?
Well, it's south of the statutory one. And it varies, but that comes from the governor. He
And-
tells us what he's comfortable with, and we try to let him know where he is in terms of what he told us he was comfortable with.
And you implied some of it is motivated by Wall Street and
Yes.
debt rating agencies and
And our own sense of where we are with our debt service line item, which is considerable.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Secretary, and your team. Question regarding the distressed municipalities item. I want to appreciate first and foremost the assistance your team has provided answering some questions from one of my municipalities that is eligible for reimbursement under the distressed municipalities authorization, especially given I think the subcommittee has heard it almost every other question just regarding electric boat and the growth we're seeing there, but certainly very much impacted by it, given the fact that Groton is not only in a distressed municipality, but a few years back, the state of Connecticut approved a set of tax incentives for the company as they're preparing for growth. And if it were not for this program, our town would be out millions of dollars in terms of funds. So just want to ask you what the sustainability of that plan is. Obviously, there is a larger unallocated balance than than what is already authorized, which is good knowing that now that some of these buildings are going on online. These deals are going to start kicking into effect, and it's going to start eating away from what is remaining for other distressed municipalities. So I guess my question to you is, as further growth is anticipated in Groton, what the impacts will be for that fund with respect to the other distressed municipalities and their ability to get their reimbursement as well.
Somewhere I have a list of the towns. I don't think I have it in my notes here that get that. That is in the nature of municipal aid. That amount is fixed, I believe, the 7 million. I don't believe that's changing. I don't think towns change their what they get under it either. I think that's a fixed list going forward. Martin can give you more detail, but that is something we put out every year. We don't hold that back. All of the muni aid that is sort of statutory that's on the bonding side, that always gets on the first bond commission agenda. We know we will hear from the towns if we don't send that out. So that's not something we save any money on. I don't know if Martin has any more.
So, and correct, thank you, Representative. There's distressed municipalities actually funded in two sources in the budget. There's 1.5 million in the general fund, and then there's 7 million in their bonding authorizations through this biennium budget. That number hasn't changed. It's been adequate to fulfill and pay everyone up to their 50% of the reimbursement through the program. Municipalities put claims in August of the fiscal year, and they're paid out in December. Obviously, we're aware of changes that do happen throughout the course of the year with new properties being added. That's through the listing that the Secretary mentioned through DECD. Does the authorization, OPM does the certification audit process, if you will, to make those payments. We feel that everything, at least currently that we have for information, that there's enough to fund the program through fiscal year 25. Obviously, numbers change everything then, obviously, through the next bond package and budget approval in the next biennium, there would be, changes, adjustments made there. There is also provisions in the state statutes that if the claims come in higher than the funds that are allocated, as with most every other municipal grant, that they are prorated based upon the, amount that's available.
Thank you, Undersecretary Hampton. Out of full disclosure, he was one of the many great members of your team that provided a response. So thank you again. And then quickly, the last item, state matching funds for projects and programs allowed under the IIJA. So many great initiatives and projects underway throughout our state, trying to leverage our fair share of leverage federal funds, get our unfair share, as Commissioner Dykes likes to call it, for those funds, working with Commissioner Boughton as well. My question to you is, how should municipalities approach OPM or state government as they're exploring opportunities to invest in resilience and infrastructure or other funds that could be available through IIJA, especially those communities that may have difficulties identifying that local match that may be required?
Well, I would say let us know if you've got a project that's ready to go that is in that category, that there's some match required at the local level. We can certainly have that conversation. I don't think we have a specific fund for that, but Urban Act would count. I'm sure a CIF might count. There's a number of programs we could probably get some money together if there was a meritorious project, particularly one that had a more of a regional impact, as the resilience projects do. We would absolutely talk about that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Online, Representative Mashinsky has a question or two.
Sure, this is a criminal justice question for the Secretary. My police chief and the police chiefs in South Central Connecticut would like to do a 50-50 match purchase of Star Chase, which is technology to shoot a GPS tag at a fleeing car. Right now they're really loath to chase a young car thief, and some of them are as young as 14. They're loath to chase them because they really don't know how to drive, and chasing them is going to harm the public, chasing them onto a sidewalk or whatever. So the chiefs would like to use this technology, and I have a proposal in to do a 50-50 match with the chiefs and provide a certain number of them to this region, and then they would share them to try to arrest some of these kids who are disconnected kids and get them into a program to change their behavior. Right now, they're just allowed to run because it's too dangerous to chase them. And the units cost about $5,900 a piece. And it's a safer way to chase young criminals and protect the public at the same time. So in addition to the cameras that we're putting on police, would OPM also help with regional use of these tracking devices?
Well, we love regional uses. So that sounds intriguing. Happy to have that conversation. I think I'd want to engage the state police on that to know what they think of the technology. And I'm not sure what the legal implications are, if we would need to talk to DCJ and the public defenders as well. But that's an intriguing sounding technology, and splitting the cost sounds good. We like when someone offers to split the cost instead of just asking us to fund the entire thing. So several of those points make that sound like something we should talk about. Happy to do that.
Okay, well, I'll follow up and try to come and talk to you about it.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Secretary, a question I have, can you walk me through this scenario? And so delaying projects for debt service savings versus with inflation and price escalation, knowing that we eventually have to do a project at some point. How does that work?
Well, that's a broad question. We can't predict when inflation is going to be a problem, right? It's been a problem lately. I'd like to think it'll be less of a problem going forward. So that might actually be why not wait till it goes down? But I'm not sure we get into that elaborate calculus. It really is, if you've got something that's ready, that's meritorious, we can vet and put on an agenda, we'll do so. I was just trying to let you know part of what we think about and why we're not meeting every month and putting out everything that everybody asks for. It's because that would be an exorbitant cost to the taxpayers. Our debt service would go through the roof, and that would be unsustainable. So it's just a process of vetting the projects to make sure that they have value and merit and will be of some kind of lasting benefit to the community. But also, what can we afford right now? It's just like that. So it's not I take your point that yes, over time, if you wait too long, it'll be more expensive. Generally speaking, that's true of construction projects. That's something we have to weigh as well.
Thank you for that. Senator Moore.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the nonprofit health and human service grants and aid. There's an unallocated balance of 45 million. I know you did something in 2023. I'm asking, do you have some applications pending? And do you think we'll do something in 24?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to do something in a couple of weeks. We had about 200 applications. We've got about 92 winners. We're going to spend about $35 million. And that announcement is coming soon. Most of the 92 projects are less than $1 million, but 5 or 6 of them are $1 million or so in value to the nonprofits. This is the nonprofit providers, their capital investments. So we are moving almost all of that available money very soon.
Good news.
That's why I brought Claudia.
Claudia, good news. Good news.
He ran that RFP for us, and a lot of great work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so I don't see any further questions in the room or online. So Secretary, it looks like we're going to let you out of here a little early today.
Thank you,
but we thank you though. Your agency has a very a large workload and you all work very well and collaboratively with this subcommittee. And so we thank you and your team for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
This will conclude the bonding agency subcommittee hearings. We had 2 of them. We no longer have to meet with our state agencies. However, if you have any questions or need some follow-up, just let us know. We can get that for you. I'll turn it over to our co-chair, Senator Moore, for some closing remarks. Senator?
I just want to thank everybody and all the people who have come before us and the participation of the other members. Thank you. And Representative Napoli, you do a great job.
Thank you so much, Senator. Ranking Member, Senator Wong, closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chairwoman Moore, you do a great one too yourself. But I wanted to acknowledge all the officials that came before us and gave their time and effort to answer our questions and acknowledge many of the other subcommittee members because at the same time today we had a informational forum. So I know they participate by listening in and they're all engaged. And I wanted to acknowledge them as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ranking Member Piscopo, some closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you. Thank all the agencies. They all showed up in person. I'm quite impressed. It was really good to see. And thank my fellow bonding subcommittee members. They were all here through the duration. I learned a lot. It feels like I've been through a big exam. And thank our staff very, very much for being so helpful with all these handouts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I do want to thank Bree and Jay, our clerks, who hung in there with us, and also our nonpartisan staff, Eric Michael Gray and Claudia Rodriguez, for making sure that we have the proper and well-researched information in front of us to have a good collaborative conversation with our state agencies. Thanks, everybody.